Journalism degree turned out to be worth about as much as the paper it was printed on. Figured I'd work electronics for a few months, until something better came along. That was back when I still believed in things like career trajectories and 5-year plans, before I learned that some jobs leave scars deeper than any corporate ladder is worth climbing. Standing at Register 4 that Friday with Mariah Carey's voice drilling into my skull for the 1,000th time, watching the line snake all the way back to the gaming section, I had no idea I was about to meet someone who'd teach me what real fear felt like. He slammed the coupon on my counter hard enough to make my scanner beep, this wrinkled piece of paper that looked like it had been through a washing machine, dated from September with edges torn and the ink barely readable. When I scanned it and the system rejected it as expired, I watched his whole body language shift, shoulders squaring up while his breathing got heavy and deliberate, like a bull preparing to charge. The guy was wearing this stained Jacksonville Jaguars jersey that hung loose on his wiry frame, and there was something about the way his pupils dilated when I started explaining store policy that made my throat go dry. His right hand grabbed the wireless keyboard from our display stand before I even finished my sentence, and next thing I knew it was flying at my face, the sharp plastic corner splitting my bottom lip open and painting my register screen with blood droplets. Pain exploded through my mouth and I stumbled backward into the gift card rack, tasting copper while blood ran down my chin and soaked into my work shirt. But he wasn't done. This maniac actually lunged across the counter, knocking over the credit card reader and sending promotional flyers flying everywhere, his fingers wrapping around my throat before I could even process what was happening. His grip was terrifying, fingers digging into my windpipe while his face got so close I could smell the stale coffee and cigarettes on his breath, could see the broken capillaries in his eyes as he squeezed harder. Customers were screaming, backing away, some pulling out phones to record instead of helping, and all I could think about was how my vision was starting to tunnel, these dark spots dancing at the edges while my lungs burned for air. Then Brandon from the Geek Squad counter came flying over, this massive former football player who grabbed the guy in a chokehold and yanked him backward, but not before the psycho bit down on his own tongue hard enough to fill his mouth with blood. As Brandon and 2 other employees pinned him to the floor, the guy turned his head toward me and spat, sending a spray of his blood mixed with saliva right across my face, into my eyes and mouth, making me gag and stumble toward the employee bathroom. I could hear him screaming behind me, this raw, primal sound that barely sounded human anymore, yelling that he'd wait outside until we closed, that he knew which car was mine, that this wasn't over. Security was already calling 911, but the damage was done. I was shaking so bad I could barely turn the bathroom faucet, watching the pink water swirl down the drain while my reflection showed me someone I didn't recognize, face splattered with a stranger's blood, lips swollen and still bleeding. Management gave me an hour break after the cops hauled him away, said I could go home if I wanted, but with Black Friday sales we were already understaffed, and honestly, I needed the holiday pay to cover December rent. My manager, Kevin, handed me a fresh polo shirt from the back and some paper towels with hydrogen peroxide, told me to take as long as I needed, that they'd comp my lunch from the break room vending machines. I sat in the employee lounge trying to stop my body from trembling, pressing ice wrapped in paper towels against my split lip, while Gloria from customer service kept bringing me water bottles and asking if I wanted her to call someone. The adrenaline was wearing off, leaving behind this hollow, jittery feeling like I'd drunk 10 energy drinks on an empty stomach, and every time I closed my eyes I could feel his hands around my throat again. Around 2 in the afternoon I finally felt steady enough to head to my car for some fresh air. Needed to get away from the recycled mall ventilation and the constant Christmas music that was making my head pound. My beat-up Corolla was parked in the employee section behind the store, and I was already lighting a cigarette before I noticed something was wrong with the hood. Someone had taken a key, or maybe a screwdriver, and carved deep gouges into the paint, spelling out "lying bitch" in jagged letters that cut through to the metal underneath. My cigarette fell from my lips as I walked around the car, finding long scratches down both sides, the driver's side mirror hanging by its wires and what looked like spit marks all over the windshield that had dried into crusty white spots. I ran back inside and found Kevin in his office, Showed him photos on my phone of the damage while trying to keep my voice from cracking. He called mall security and they pulled up the parking lot footage. But the cameras covering the employee section had conveniently been spray-painted black sometime in the last hour, probably when security was busy dealing with two women fighting over a discounted laptop. Kevin said they'd file another police report, add it to the assault charges, but we both knew the cops weren't going to waste resources searching for someone over vandalism when they had actual Black Friday violence to deal with. He offered to let me park in the loading dock for the rest of my shift, somewhere with working cameras and security guards, but that meant I'd have to move my car right now, go back out there where he might be watching, waiting. Brandon walked me to my car with a baseball bat from the sporting goods section, scanning the parking lot while I started the engine with shaking fingers, the whole time expecting that maniac to come charging from behind a van or between the dumpsters. We made it to the loading dock without incident, but I couldn't focus for the rest of my shift. Kept checking the security monitors every time I passed the manager's station, looking for that Jacksonville jersey in the crowds. Every aggressive customer made me flinch. Every raised voice sent my heart racing. And by the time 8 o'clock rolled around, I was exhausted from being hypervigilant for 6 straight hours. The store closed at midnight, but they let me clock out early, said I'd been through enough for one day, and Kevin promised that security would walk me to my car when I was ready to leave. I changed out of my work clothes in the employee bathroom, stuffing the blood-stained polo into a plastic bag because I couldn't stand looking at it anymore, then waited in the break room for Jerry from security to finish his rounds. He was this older guy, probably pushing 60, who always talked about his grandkids and brought homemade cookies on Fridays. Not exactly intimidating, but better than walking out alone. We went through the loading dock instead of the main exit, Jerry's flashlight sweeping across the empty trucks and delivery bays, while my keys dug into my palm from gripping them so tight. My car started on the first try, thank God, and Jerry waited until I pulled out before heading back inside. But I could barely see through the spiderweb of dried spit on my windshield. Had to use half a bottle of washer fluid just to clear a spot to drive. Instead of taking my usual route home, I drove in circles for 20 minutes, watching my rearview mirror for any car that seemed to be following, taking random turns through residential neighborhoods I'd never been in before. Every set of headlights made my chest tighten, especially when they stayed behind me for more than a few blocks. And twice I pulled into gas stations just to see if anyone would follow me into the parking lot. By the time I reached my apartment complex, my jaw hurt from clenching it, and my gas tank was nearly empty from all the detours. But at least I was certain nobody had followed me home. I parked under a streetlight close to the building entrance, practically ran to the door with my keys between my fingers like tiny weapons, and didn't breathe properly until I heard my deadbolt click into place. Saturday morning came too soon, my alarm going off at 7 for another Black Friday weekend shift, and I seriously considered calling in sick until I remembered my rent was due in 4 days. I took a different route to work, parked in the customer lot instead of employee parking, and made it through most of my shift without incident. Just the usual holiday shopping chaos and exhausted co-workers running on energy drinks and determination. But around 9 that night, an hour before closing, I was restocking gift cards near the back exit when I heard tapping on the emergency door, the one we used for smoke breaks that supposedly only opened from the inside. Through the narrow window I saw him, still wearing that same filthy Jaguars jersey, holding what looked like a broken beer bottle in one hand while the other hand beckoned me closer, his mouth moving like he was trying to tell me something important. My whole body went rigid. Couldn't move, couldn't breathe, just stood there staring at his face pressed against the glass while he kept tapping with the bottle, leaving little scratches on the window with each tap. Then he held up his phone with his free hand, showed me my own Instagram profile on the screen, scrolled through photos of my apartment building, my roommate's car, the coffee shop where I studied sometimes, and I realized he'd been doing more than just waiting around the store. He pointed at the door handle, mouthed the words "open up," then drew the jagged edge of the bottle across his own throat in a slashing motion before pointing it at me, and that finally broke my paralysis enough to stumble backward and scream for security. Jerry and 2 mall cops came running within seconds, but by the time they got outside, he was gone. Just some blood drops on the concrete where he'd apparently cut his hand on the bottle, and a fresh scratch in the door's paint that spelled out, "Soon." The police took it seriously this time, especially after I showed them the Instagram stalking. And one officer mentioned they'd actually been looking for this guy since Friday because turns out I wasn't his first victim at a retail store, just the latest in a string of attacks across 3 different malls. They caught him 2 hours later at a Motel 6 off the interstate, still wearing that disgusting jersey, with a notebook full of employee schedules he'd somehow gotten from our dumpster and printed screenshots of social media profiles for half the Best Buy staff, not just me. Never went back to that job, quit over text that same night while sitting in the police station giving my statement. Didn't even care about the 2 weeks' notice or my last paycheck. Found out later from Gloria that he got 18 months for assault and harassment, which seemed like nothing considering what he put me through. But at least they added a restraining order that covered every Best Buy location in the state. Still work retail, actually. Managing a small bookstore downtown now where the worst customer complaint is usually about us not carrying their favorite author. And every Black Friday I remember to be grateful for quiet shifts, and customers who accept expired coupons are actually expired. Sometimes I still check my rearview mirror more than necessary, still park under streetlights, still feel my throat tighten when someone gets too aggressive about a return policy. But at least I sleep through the night now without waking up feeling phantom hands around my neck. My divorce papers were barely 2 months old when I found myself standing outside that electronics store off Highway 40, clutching a thermos of coffee that had gone cold hours ago. 4 in the morning on Black Friday, surrounded by strangers wrapped in blankets and puffer coats, all of us pretending we weren't slightly insane for being there. My therapist had been pushing me to reclaim my independence, to stop hiding in my apartment eating microwave dinners and watching true crime documentaries, and somehow that advice morphed into me joining the consumer stampede for a discounted television. My sister Diane had called me 6 times the night before, begging to tag along for safety, but I needed to prove I could navigate the world solo again, even if that world was a parking lot full of bargain hunters checking their phones every 30 seconds. When those automatic doors finally hummed to life, the crowd surged forward like water breaking through a dam, and I let the momentum carry me straight to the electronics section where gaming consoles stood stacked in perfect pyramids, their boxes gleaming under the fluorescent lights. Everything shifted into nightmare territory when 2 men near the PlayStation display started raising their voices, the sound slicing through the normal Black Friday soundtrack of squeaky carts and crying babies. One guy wore a faded Metallica shirt that clung to his beer belly, his thick fingers wrapped possessively around the very last console box, while this younger man in a gray hoodie kept jabbing his finger at the air between them, insisting he'd been standing in that exact spot since the doors opened, that he'd already called his son to promise him the PlayStation would be under their tree. I stood maybe 15 feet away, close enough to smell the older man's cigarette-stained breath when the wind shifted, close enough to see Gray Hoodie's jaw muscles twitching with barely contained rage. The shoppers around them began creating distance, that primal recognition when violence pollutes the air, and my brain screamed at me to move with them. But my legs turned to concrete, my eyes locked on Gray Hoodie's hand sliding into his jacket pocket. The hunting knife emerged in one fluid motion, its serrated edge catching the overhead lights, and Metallica's shirt released the PlayStation box like it had suddenly caught fire, his complexion draining from angry crimson to morgue pale in an instant. What happened next still plays in my head sometimes when I'm trying to fall asleep. This horrible sequence that lasted maybe 3 seconds but stretched out like molten glass in my memory. Metallica's shirt reached behind his back underneath that stretched-out band logo, and suddenly there was a pistol in his hand, one of those compact black things that looked almost toy-like under the store's harsh lighting. Gray Hoodie actually laughed, this broken sound that made my teeth hurt, and he lunged forward with the knife raised high, but the gun went off before he made it 2 steps. The first shot hit a display case full of tablets, sending glass cascading across the linoleum like deadly diamonds, and Gray Hoodie dove behind an end cap stacked with wireless headphones. More shots followed, 3 or 4 in rapid succession, each one making the crowd scream louder, and I watched a woman abandon her shopping cart with her toddler still strapped in the seat, though another shopper grabbed the kid before running. The air filled with the sharp smell of gunpowder, mixing with the synthetic vanilla from those plug-in air fresheners the store used, creating this nauseating combination that made my throat close up. I dropped to my knees and scrambled behind the customer service counter, pressing myself against the fake wood paneling, while my heart hammered so hard I thought my ribs might crack. Through the gap between the counter and the floor, I could see feet running in every direction. Some people losing shoes in their panic, others trampling dropped merchandise without even noticing. The shooting had stopped, but I could hear Metallica's shirt walking slowly down the main aisle, his work boots making this distinct scraping sound against the floor, like he had something stuck to the sole. Then I heard his voice, calm and measured despite what had just happened, talking on his phone to someone, and the words he said made my entire body go rigid with a different kind of terror. He was explaining how there had been an incident, how some crazy guy with a knife had attacked him, how he'd had to defend himself. But then he said something that turned my blood to ice water, something about making sure there weren't any witnesses who could contradict his version of events, that no one could identify him if they weren't around to talk. His footsteps grew louder, methodical and unhurried, like he was shopping for groceries instead of hunting human beings in a store that had turned into a war zone. I could hear him checking each aisle, pushing aside promotional displays and kicking at the wheeled racks of clearance items, muttering numbers under his breath like he was keeping count of something. My phone sat heavy in my back pocket, but I couldn't risk the sound of pulling it out. Couldn't even chance the screen lighting up my hiding spot, so I started crawling on my belly toward the emergency exit sign glowing red at the back of the store. The floor felt sticky under my palms, probably spilled soda from the chaos, and I had to navigate around scattered merchandise. A broken picture frame that would have sliced my hand open if I'd put my weight on it. Somebody's abandoned purse with its contents spilled everywhere. Each movement felt impossibly loud, my jacket rustling against the floor, my breathing coming in short gasps that I tried to muffle against my sleeve, certain that any second he'd hear me and come investigate. I made it past the pharmacy section when I heard him destroy the customer service counter where I'd been hiding moments before. The sound of wood splintering and computers crashing to the ground, making me bite down on my tongue to keep from whimpering. He was getting frustrated, his calm facade cracking as he cursed and threatened the empty air, promising that he'd find whoever was hiding, that he had all day, that the cops wouldn't show up for at least another 10 minutes given how many Black Friday calls they were probably fielding. My knee caught on a plastic hanger someone had dropped, and it skittered across the floor with a sound that might as well have been a fire alarm in the eerie quiet of the abandoned store. His footsteps stopped immediately, and I heard him chamber another round, the mechanical click echoing off the walls like a death sentence. I pressed myself flat against the cold linoleum, hiding behind a cardboard display for phone cases, watching his shadow grow larger on the wall as he approached my aisle, his breathing heavy and excited now, like a dog that had finally caught a scent. The emergency exit was maybe 20 feet away, but it might as well have been 20 miles with him standing at the end of my aisle, his head turning slowly as he scanned for movement. I could see his reflection in the glossy surface of a television screen, distorted and monstrous, the gun held loose and ready at his side. He took one step into the aisle, then another, his free hand trailing along the shelves, knocking products to the floor in a cascade of plastic and cardboard. A bottle of energy drink rolled past my face, leaving a wet trail of blue liquid, and I had to fight every instinct screaming at me to run. He was maybe 10 feet away when his phone rang, the sound so sudden and jarring that we both jumped, and he answered with an irritated grunt, turning slightly away from my direction. That half-second of distraction was all I needed to launch myself toward the exit, my sneakers slipping on the wet floor as I scrambled for traction, throwing myself against the emergency door's push bar with my full weight. The alarm that erupted when I hit that door was beautiful and terrible all at once. A shrieking wail that would definitely draw attention, but also announced my exact location to the maniac with the gun. I heard him roar something behind me, then the sharp crack of gunfire, and the metal door frame sparked where a bullet struck inches from my head, tiny fragments of hot metal stinging my cheek. The parking lot stretched out before me, cars scattered randomly where panicked shoppers had abandoned them with doors still open and engines running, and I sprinted toward my beat-up Nissan parked in the third row, fumbling for my keys while trying not to trip over the concrete parking blocks. Another shot rang out and a car window to my left exploded in a shower of safety glass that glittered in the early morning sunlight. My fingers finally found the key fob, and I clicked the unlock button repeatedly, diving into the driver's seat and slamming the door just as I saw him burst through the emergency exit. His face twisted with rage, that Metallica shirt now splattered with what looked like someone else's blood. The engine turned over on the second try, my foot jamming the gas pedal before I'd even shifted into drive properly, causing the car to lurch forward and clip the bumper of a minivan. I could see him in my rearview mirror, raising the gun again, and I ducked instinctively as my rear window exploded, showering me with glass pebbles that got caught in my hair and fell down the back of my shirt. The tires screamed against the asphalt as I took the corner too fast, sideswiping a light pole that left a long scrape down the passenger side. But I didn't care about the damage, only about putting distance between me and that monster. I made it to the parking lot exit when I saw something that made my whole body go numb with fresh panic. A white pickup truck peeling out of a spot near the store entrance, the same truck I'd noticed earlier with the Confederate flag bumper sticker and the missing taillight, and I knew without a doubt it was him coming after me. The main road was already filling with morning traffic, people heading to other stores for their Black Friday shopping, completely unaware that a killer was about to merge into their midst. I ran the red light at the intersection, earning angry honks in a near collision with a delivery truck. But I could see that white pickup growing larger in my mirrors, weaving through traffic like a shark through schools of fish. My phone was still in my back pocket, crushed between me and the seat, and I managed to pull it out with one hand while trying to steer with the other, hitting 911 and putting it on speaker. The operator's calm voice asking about my emergency seemed to come from another world, and I tried to explain about the shooting, about being chased, but my words came out in a jumbled rush while I took another corner so hard that two wheels lifted off the ground. Behind me, I heard the distinct sound of metal crunching as the pickup plowed through a sedan that hadn't gotten out of the way fast enough, and then he was right on my bumper, close enough that I could see his eyes in my mirror, wild and determined. The operator was saying something about units being dispatched, about finding a safe place, but all I could focus on was the hand emerging from his driver's side window, the gun pointing at my tires, and the knowledge that this wasn't going to end until one of us was dead. I jerked the wheel hard to the right at the last second, cutting across two lanes and diving into a residential neighborhood, my side mirror clipping a mailbox and sending it spinning into the street. The pickup tried to follow but took the turn too wide, his front end jumping the curb and plowing through someone's hedge, giving me precious seconds to put distance between us. I zigzagged through the suburban streets, blowing through stop signs while the 911 operator kept asking for my location, but I had no idea where I was anymore. Just rows of identical houses with their Black Friday decorations still up from Thanksgiving. Then I saw it, a police cruiser coming from the opposite direction, lights already flashing, and I laid on my horn while flashing my headlights frantically. The cop car slammed on its brakes and started to turn around, but the white pickup came roaring around the corner behind me, and I heard the sharp crack of gunfire again. Saw the police cruiser's windshield spiderweb with impact. Everything erupted into chaos as more sirens filled the air, multiple police cars converging from different directions, and the pickup suddenly veered off, smashing through a wooden fence and disappearing between two houses. I pulled over to the curb and just sat there shaking, my hands welded to the steering wheel, while police cars screamed past in pursuit. An officer approached my window carefully, his hand on his weapon until he saw me, saw the glass in my hair and the blood from small cuts on my face, and his expression softened. They caught the shooter 3 blocks away when he crashed into a parked car trying to escape through someone's backyard, found him still wearing that bloody Metallica shirt with the gun on the floorboard. Spent hours at the police station giving my statement, learning that Gray Hoodie had survived with a shoulder wound, and 2 other shoppers had been injured by flying glass. They told me I was lucky, that my decision to run probably saved my life, but I didn't feel lucky, just hollow and exhausted, like I'd aged 10 years in 30 minutes. Diane picked me up from the station, didn't say a word about how she'd warned me not to go alone, just held me while I finally let myself cry in her car. I never did get that television I'd gone shopping for, and I've never gone Black Friday shopping again. But sometimes I still wake up at 4 in the morning, my body convinced it hears work boots scraping across linoleum, coming to find me. Four in the morning might seem insane to wake up just for a sale, but I needed that drill set bad enough to set 3 alarms on my phone. November 2018, I was deep into renovating my basement, spending every weekend covered in sawdust and drywall dust, trying to turn that damp concrete box into something actually livable. My contractor buddy Nathan had given me the inside scoop about Home Depot's Black Friday doorbusters, specifically these DeWalt combo kits going for 70% off. And after burning through 2 cheap drills already that fall, I knew I needed something that would last. I'd just turned 31 that October, and I kept telling myself I was building something real, something permanent, not just renting anymore, but actually investing in my own space. I pulled into the Home Depot parking lot with my old Steelers jacket zipped up tight, saw the crowd already forming in the darkness, and parked way in the back where there were still spots open. Walking toward those doors, seeing all those people bouncing on their feet to stay warm, I actually felt excited, like I was part of something, just a guy trying to save money on tools. When those automatic doors finally slid open at 5 sharp, it was pure chaos. But I managed to weave through the crowd and sprint straight to the power tools section. There it was, one last DeWalt drill and impact driver combo kit sitting on the shelf like it was waiting for me, that bright yellow box practically glowing under the fluorescent lights. I grabbed it with both hands, feeling that little rush of victory you get when you score exactly what you came for. And I even laughed out loud because I couldn't believe my luck. I turned to head toward the checkout, the box tucked under my arm like a football, already thinking about all the projects I could finally finish, when I felt this massive force slam into my back. My body pitched forward hard, and I remember seeing the metal shelf edge coming at my face in slow motion, that silver corner getting bigger and bigger until everything exploded in this wet, crunching sound that I later realized was my teeth breaking. The pain hit like electricity shooting through my skull, and when I touched my mouth, my fingers came away red and holding what looked like white pebbles that used to be parts of my front teeth. I spun around, still holding the drill set somehow, blood dripping from my mouth onto the white tile floor. And there was this guy standing right behind me, maybe 6'2", built like he spent serious time in the gym, wearing a black North Face jacket and a baseball cap pulled low. His face had this weird calmness to it, like pushing someone into a metal shelf was just a normal Friday morning activity, and his eyes kept flicking between my face and the yellow box in my arms. He took a step forward, close enough that I could smell the cigarette smoke on his jacket, and said real quiet, almost friendly, that I should hand over the drill set if I knew what was good for me. Blood was pooling in my mouth and I had to spit it out before I could even answer, watching it splatter dark red on the floor between us. And I told him he was insane if he thought I was giving him anything after what he just did. Other shoppers were flowing around us like water around rocks, everyone too focused on their own Black Friday mission to notice or care that I was standing there bleeding with some maniac threatening me over power tools. The fluorescent lights made everything feel unreal, too bright and harsh, like we were actors on a stage nobody was watching. Without warning, he lunged for the box, his hands wrapping around one end while mine gripped the other, and we were suddenly in this bizarre tug-of-war in the middle of Home Depot. I could hear my blood hitting the floor in steady drops while we struggled, my broken teeth sending lightning bolts of pain through my jaw every time I clenched it. But I wasn't letting go, not after waking up at 4 and getting my face smashed for this stupid drill. An employee in an orange apron walked past, looked at us for maybe half a second, then kept walking like 2 grown men fighting over tools while one bled from the mouth was perfectly normal Black Friday behavior. The guy suddenly changed tactics, letting go with one hand to reach into his jacket pocket, and I saw the silver glint of a box cutter before he even fully pulled it out, the blade already extended and catching the overhead lights. My grip loosened just from pure instinct, that primitive part of your brain that screams danger when you see a weapon, and he used that split second to rip the box away from me, clutching it against his chest like he just won the lottery. But I wasn't thinking straight anymore, maybe from the pain or the adrenaline, or just pure rage at this whole insane situation, and I grabbed the box right back, yanking it hard enough that we both stumbled sideways into an end cap display of batteries that went clattering across the floor. He swung the box cutter at my hands, not trying to kill me but warning me, the blade whistling past my knuckles close enough that I felt the air move. And that's when I should have let go, should have just walked away and called it a loss. Instead, I heard myself yelling for security for anyone, my voice coming out thick and garbled through the blood and broken teeth, while this psycho just smiled at me, actually smiled, like we were sharing some private joke. He leaned in close enough that his breath was warm on my face and told me we could do this the easy way or the hard way. But either way, he was leaving with that drill set. And then he asked if I really wanted to bleed more over some tools. The store music kept playing overhead, some cheerful holiday song that made the whole scene even more surreal, and I realized that to everyone else we probably just looked like two Black Friday shoppers having a disagreement. I let go of the box and backed away, my legs shaking more than I wanted to admit, thinking at least it was over. I could get to my car and get out of there and deal with my teeth later. He nodded at me like we'd just completed a normal transaction, tucked the drill set under his arm and started walking toward the checkout like nothing had happened, leaving me standing there in a puddle of my own blood surrounded by scattered batteries. I watched him go for maybe 10 seconds, then something in me just snapped, and I found myself following him, not running but walking fast, staying maybe 20 feet behind him as he got in line behind a dozen other early morning shoppers. My phone was in my hand before I even realized I'd pulled it out, and I started recording him, getting his face, his clothes, making sure I had evidence of this lunatic who'd assaulted me over a power tool set. He must have sensed me because he turned around, saw my phone pointed at him, and his whole expression changed, that calm mask cracking to show something uglier underneath. He stepped out of line and started walking toward me, faster than before, and I backed up instinctively. But he kept coming, the box cutter still visible in his jacket pocket, and I turned and headed for the exit, telling myself I was being smart, not running away. The parking lot was still dark, just the orange glow of the sodium lights making long shadows between the cars, and I could hear his footsteps behind me on the asphalt, steady and unhurried like he knew exactly where this was going. I reached my truck, fumbling with my keys while trying to keep an eye on him, and that's when I noticed my back right tire was completely flat, slashed clean through the sidewall in a perfect diagonal cut. Then I saw the back left, same thing, and I knew without looking the front tires would be the same. This sick feeling spreading through my chest as I realized he'd gone out to the parking lot while I was still inside, probably right after our first confrontation. He stopped about 10 feet away, still holding that yellow DeWalt box like a trophy, and pulled out a folded piece of paper from his pocket, waving it at me with that same calm expression. It was my registration from the glove compartment, and I knew right then he'd been in my truck, touched my stuff, probably went through everything while I was inside bleeding on the Home Depot floor. My insurance card was probably in his pocket too, with my home address printed right there in black and white. He walked closer, slow and deliberate, until he was standing right next to me at my driver's side door, and I could see every detail of his face in the ugly orange light, the acne scars on his left cheek, the gray starting to show in his stubble, the way his pupils looked too small even in the darkness. He told me real quiet that he knew where I lived now, knew I stayed on Oakwood Drive, even said my house number like he was reading it off my registration, and suggested maybe I should just forget this whole thing happened. Then he reached out and patted my shoulder, gentle almost like we were old friends, and said he'd hate for this to escalate any further, especially since he knew exactly where to find me if he wanted to continue our conversation later. The way he said conversation made my skin prickle, and I just stood there, couldn't move, couldn't speak, watching him walk away toward a beat-up white van parked a few rows over. He tossed the drill set in the back, climbed in the driver's seat, and pulled out slow, even using his turn signal like a normal person. while I stood there next to my truck with 4 slashed tires and blood still dripping from my mouth. But then he didn't leave, just circled back around through the parking lot, and I saw the van's headlights sweep across me as he pulled up right behind my truck, blocking me in completely. He sat there with the engine running, just watching me through his windshield, and I could see his silhouette in the driver's seat, not moving, just sitting there like he had all the time in the world. Tried to act like I was calling someone, holding my phone to my ear, but my battery was dead because I'd been using it all morning to check Black Friday deals, and I was basically just talking to nobody, hoping he couldn't tell from where he was sitting. After maybe 2 minutes that felt like 2 hours, he rolled down his window and yelled out asking if I needed a ride home, his voice carrying this fake concern that made me want to throw up. And when I didn't answer, he laughed, this deep belly laugh that echoed off the empty cars around us. Then he put the van in reverse, backed up just enough to clear my truck, and sat there again, engine still running, waiting for something I couldn't figure out. I finally decided to just walk back into the store, maybe find security, or at least be around other people. But the moment I took a step away from my truck, he gunned the engine, not moving but revving it loud enough that I jumped back. He did this every time I tried to move, like some sick game, keeping me pinned there next to my useless truck while other shoppers loaded their cars all around us, nobody paying attention to the guy with the bloody mouth trapped by some maniac in a van. Then suddenly he was out of the van and walking toward me again, fast this time. And before I could react, he had me pressed against my truck door, one hand on my throat, not squeezing hard but just enough to let me know he could. His face was inches from mine, and I could smell coffee and something sour on his breath when he told me he'd changed his mind about letting this go, that maybe he'd swing by my house later that night, check out what other tools I had in my garage. He grabbed my wallet from my back pocket while he had me pinned, flipped through it right there in front of me, and made a show of memorizing my driver's license before tossing it on the ground. Then he did something that still makes me sick to think about. Pulled out his own phone and took a picture of me standing there against my truck, blood all over my face, looking absolutely destroyed, and said he wanted something to remember our Black Friday shopping trip together. He backed away slowly, keeping his eyes on me the whole time, and told me I had 2 choices. Either I could call the cops and explain how I got my ass kicked over a drill, maybe have him show up at my house while I was at work next week, or I could chalk this up to a bad morning and move on with my life. The threat wasn't even subtle, and the worst part was how reasonable he made it sound, like he was doing me a favor by giving me options, and I knew right then that calling the police would just make everything worse, because this guy was clearly not afraid of consequences. He got back in his van, started it up again, and this time actually drove away, but not before stopping at the parking lot exit to give me a little wave, like we were buddies who'd just had coffee together. I stood there for another 20 minutes, waiting to make sure he was really gone, then called Nathan to come get me, making up some story about vandals slashing my tires because I couldn't even begin to explain what had really happened. I never went back to that Home Depot, never finished my basement renovation, and ended up selling my house 6 months later because I couldn't sleep, knowing that Psycho knew where I lived. Nathan helped me move to a place across town, a little apartment with good locks and security cameras, and I told everyone it was because the commute was better, but really I just needed to be somewhere that guy couldn't find me. The dental work cost me $4,000 even with insurance, 3 crowns and a root canal. And every time I look in the mirror, I can still see where my teeth don't quite match the originals. These little reminders of the morning I learned what people are really capable of over a 70% discount. Sometimes I drive past Home Depot on Black Friday, just to see the crowds gathering in the dark, all those people thinking they're going to score some amazing deal, and I want to tell them that no amount of savings is worth what might be waiting for them in that parking lot. I know that guy is probably still out there, probably pulled the same thing on other people, maybe worse. And the thing that keeps me up at night isn't just what he did, but how easy it was for him, how he'd clearly done it before and would definitely do it again. Every year, my wife asks me why I refuse to shop on Black Friday, and every year I tell her the same thing. Crowds make me nervous. She thinks I'm being dramatic, but she wasn't there in 2016 when everything went sideways at that electronics store on Riverside Boulevard. I'd just turned 31 that October, still naive enough to think saving 40% on a laptop was worth camping outside a store at 4 in the morning with my buddy Craig. We'd brought folding chairs, thermoses of coffee, even a portable phone charger, thinking we were so prepared for the 5-hour wait ahead of us. Craig kept joking about how his girlfriend would finally stop complaining about his ancient computer once he scored that doorbuster deal. And I laughed along, completely unaware that in less than 2 hours, I'd be running for my life. Around 5:30, when the parking lot started filling up and the line stretched past the nail salon 3 stores down, this guy showed up in a black pea coat and just walked right to the front like the rest of us weren't even there. Not behind the last person in line. Not even trying to blend in somewhere in the middle, but straight to the glass doors where the first 10 people had been waiting since midnight. Everyone started grumbling. A few people called out to him, but he just stood there with his hands in his pockets, staring at his reflection in the storefront window. Something about his posture, the way his shoulders stayed perfectly square while everyone else was shifting from foot to foot in the cold, made my chest tighten. Craig nudged me and whispered that someone should say something, and before I could tell him to leave it alone, my mouth was already opening, already calling out to the guy that there was a line, that people had been waiting for hours. He turned around slow, real slow, like he had all the time in the world. First thing I noticed were his eyes, pale gray like dirty ice, and the way they didn't blink once while he stared at me. He was maybe 6'2", built like someone who spent time in a gym but not for show. More like someone who lifted heavy things because they needed to be moved. His face had this weird smoothness to it. No stubble, no wrinkles, just flat pale skin stretched tight over sharp bones. He took 3 steps toward me, each one deliberate, his dress shoes clicking on the asphalt, and I remember thinking how strange it was that he was wearing dress shoes to a Black Friday sale. When he stopped about 2 feet from me, close enough that I could smell his cologne, something medicinal and sharp like hospital disinfectant mixed with pine, he tilted his head and asked if I had a problem with where he was standing. My whole body knew I should back down, every instinct screaming at me to just say no, sorry, my mistake. But 40 other people were watching, and Craig was right there beside me, and my stupid pride wouldn't let me fold. I told him, yeah, actually, I did have a problem. That cutting in line wasn't cool when families had been waiting in the freezing cold since midnight. The words came out steadier than I felt, but I could hear my heartbeat in my ears, this rapid thudding that seemed way too loud. He smiled then, not with his whole face, just his mouth pulling back to show teeth that were too white, too straight, like dentures on someone too young to need them. Then his right hand came up fast, faster than I could process, and connected with my jaw in this perfect uppercut that snapped my head back and sent me stumbling backward into Craig, who caught me just before I hit the pavement. The taste of copper filled my mouth, and I could feel warmth running down my chin where my teeth had cut into my lip. People were shouting, someone's kid started crying, and Craig was yelling something about calling the cops while helping me stand back up. My vision was swimming a little, these black spots dancing at the edges, but I could see the guy in the peacoat clearly enough as he reached into his coat with his left hand. Time does this weird stretching thing in moments like that, where a second feels like a full minute, and I watched his hand disappear into the inner pocket and come back out holding a Glock, the metal catching the parking lot lights. He held it low at first, casual almost, like he was just showing it to me, then raised it up and swept it across the crowd, making this slow arc from left to right. People scattered, grabbed their kids, dove behind cars, and the whole organized line just dissolved into chaos. He walked toward me while everyone else ran, the gun hanging loose in his hand but pointed in my general direction, and his face never changed expression, just that same empty smile. He said something about respect, about people needing to mind their own business, but I wasn't really processing words anymore, just watching that black metal piece swinging slightly as he moved. Craig had let go of me and backed away with his hands up, and I stood there alone, blood dripping onto my sneakers, trying to figure out if I was about to die over a spot in line at a Black Friday sale. Behind him, I could see the automatic doors starting to slide open, the employees inside scrambling, some running deeper into the store while others pressed against the windows to see what was happening. The guy must have noticed my eyes shift because he turned slightly to look, and that half second when his attention moved was all I needed to break into a sprint toward those open doors. I made it maybe 20 feet into the store, past the security sensors and into the main corridor with all the Black Friday displays, when I heard the first shot. The sound was different than in movies, more like a sharp crack followed by this ringing echo that bounced off the walls and made everyone drop to the floor. Ceiling tiles rained down in white chunks, and I could hear the fluorescent light above me sparking where the bullet had gone through. I kept running, weaving between displays of discounted tablets and Bluetooth speakers, my sneakers squeaking on the polished floor. His voice carried over the screaming, clear and calm, calling out that he just wanted to talk, that I needed to stop making this difficult. A second shot went off, this one hitting a television display to my right, the screen exploding in a shower of glass and plastic that cut into my arm as I passed. I could hear his dress shoes behind me, that same measured clicking, not running but walking with purpose like he knew exactly where I was going. The bathroom sign appeared like salvation at the end of aisle 7, one of those family restrooms with the heavy lock on the inside. I slammed through the door and turned the deadbolt, just as his shadow appeared in the gap at the bottom. My chest was burning, each breath like trying to suck air through a wet cloth, and I could feel my pulse in my neck, my temples, even my fingertips. The door handle rattled once, twice, then stopped. His voice came through muffled but still unnervingly calm, saying my friend Craig had told him my name was Jason, asking if I preferred Jay or the full version. I backed away from the door until I hit the far wall, then slid down to sit on the cold tile, trying to make myself as small as possible. The fluorescent light above me hummed and flickered, casting these irregular shadows that made everything look like it was moving. For maybe 30 seconds, there was complete silence except for the distant sounds of panic from the main store. Then I heard him walking away, those dress shoes getting fainter. I stayed in that bathroom for what felt like hours but was probably only 15 minutes, sitting on that gross floor with my knees pulled up to my chest, listening. Every sound made me jump. The automatic paper towel dispenser randomly activating, the toilet running, footsteps from the store that could have been anyone. Then came the sirens, first one, then 3, then what sounded like every cop car in the city converging on the parking lot. Red and blue lights flashed through the small window near the ceiling, painting the walls in alternating colors. I could hear radios crackling, officers shouting commands, the mechanical voice of someone on a megaphone telling everyone to exit calmly with their hands visible. Part of me wanted to leave right then, to run out and find safety with the police, but my legs wouldn't work, just stayed locked in place like they'd forgotten how to support weight. It took 2 officers knocking on the bathroom door, identifying themselves, showing badges through the crack, before I finally managed to stand up and turn that deadbolt. They took me out through the loading dock in the back, avoiding the main store where crime scene tape was already going up. One officer, a woman with short auburn hair and kind eyes, kept asking if I was hurt while a paramedic shined a light in my eyes and cleaned the cuts on my arm. I told them everything, the line cutting, the punch, the gun, the shots fired, how he knew my name. They wrote it all down, asked me to repeat parts, took photos of my swollen jaw and bloody shirt. Craig was there too, sitting on the bumper of an ambulance, and he looked worse than me even though he hadn't been touched, just pale and shaky like he might throw up any second. He kept apologizing for telling the guy my name, said the man had grabbed his shoulder and squeezed until he answered, that those gray eyes had looked right through him. The detective, an older guy with a coffee stain on his tie, said they'd found shell casings but no shooter, that he'd probably fled when he heard the sirens approaching. They had me look at security footage on a laptop trying to get a clear image of his face, but every shot was either too blurry or at the wrong angle, like the cameras had been specifically avoided. Around noon, after they'd finally said I could go, I walked with Craig back to the parking lot to get my car, a beat-up Ford Focus I'd bought after college. The lot was mostly empty now, just a few police cars and some yellow tape fluttering in the wind. My car was sitting right where I'd left it, next to the light pole in Section C, looking completely normal except for one thing. There was a piece of paper tucked under the windshield wiper. My first thought was it was a police notice or maybe information about victim services, but when I got closer, I saw it was just a receipt from the store, time-stamped from that morning. I pulled it out and turned it over, and written on the back in neat block letters was, "Should have minded your business, Jason." Craig saw it at the same time I did, and immediately started pulling me back toward the police. But then one of the officers who was collecting evidence called out to us, asked what we'd found. When I showed him the note, his whole demeanor changed, and he radioed for the detective to come back immediately. They reviewed more footage then, hours and hours of it, and that's when they found him on camera from the afternoon, around 3:30, walking through the parking lot again, hands in those same pockets, that same measured stride. The timestamp showed he'd been there for almost 40 minutes, just standing behind a minivan 2 spaces from my car, occasionally stepping out to look toward the store entrance, then going back to his hiding spot. The last frame before the camera cycled to another view, you could see him pull something from his coat, and even though the image was grainy, the detective zoomed in enough to make out the outline of the gun in his hand. They kept my car as evidence, said they'd have officers drive by my apartment regularly, gave me a case number and told me to call if I saw anything suspicious. Craig's mom came to pick us up, and she drove me home in silence while Craig sat in the back seat, neither of us saying what we were both thinking, that this guy knew my name, had my license plate, and had waited for hours with a weapon just to make his point. I changed my locks that night, bought security cameras the next day, and for months afterward I'd catch myself checking every parking lot for a black peacoat, listening for those deliberate footsteps, wondering if he was still out there, still angry that someone had dared to challenge him over a place in line. When my younger sister got engaged in October of 2015, she asked me to be her maid of honor and gave me a picture of this rose gold Michael Kors watch she wanted all the bridesmaids to wear. Matching accessories, the whole deal. Problem was, the thing cost $200 and I was barely scraping by on my pharmacy tech salary. But then I saw Macy's was doing this massive Black Friday sale, and that exact watch was going to be marked down to $70. $70. I set 3 alarms, mapped out my route through the store, and convinced my roommate Vanessa to come with me for moral support. She thought I was insane, said Black Friday shopping was for people with a death wish, but I promised her breakfast after, and she caved. I remember being weirdly excited about it, like it was some kind of mission. Get in, grab the watch, get out. Simple. We got to the mall at 4 in the morning and the parking lot already looked like a disaster movie. Cars everywhere, people speed walking toward the entrance with this wild look in their eyes. The second those doors opened, it was chaos. Pure, unfiltered chaos. People were shoving, carts were ramming into each other, and someone knocked over an entire display of perfume bottles that shattered across the floor. Vanessa grabbed my arm and said we should just leave, but I was locked in. I needed that watch. We fought our way to the jewelry section, and I swear it felt like swimming upstream through a river of desperate shoppers. When we finally got there, I saw it. One rose gold Michael Kors watch left on the display table, marked down with a big red sticker. My heart was pounding. I reached out, my fingers were maybe 2 inches away from it, and that's when I felt it. Someone grabbed a fistful of my hair from behind and yanked me backward so hard I thought my scalp was going to rip off. I stumbled, completely off balance, and before I could even process what was happening, I felt myself falling backward into something solid. The glass display case. The sound it made when I hit it was this sick, splintering crack, and then everything just exploded. Shards went everywhere. I felt this immediate burning sensation across both my arms, and when I looked down, there was blood. So much blood. Deep gashes running from my wrists up to my elbows. The skin just split open like someone had taken a razor to it. I tried to get up, tried to turn around to see who had done this, but the woman was already on top of me. She was maybe in her 40s, blonde hair tied back in a ponytail, wearing a purple North Face knockoff jacket, and her face was twisted into this expression I had never seen on another human being before. pure rage. Her eyes were bulging, spit flying from her mouth as she screamed something I could not make out over the noise of the crowd. Vanessa was yelling, trying to pull the woman off me, but she would not budge. I still had the watch clutched in my right hand, because somehow, even while falling, I had managed to grab it. The woman saw it. Her eyes locked onto my fist, and she lunged. I felt her teeth sink into the back of my hand before I even understood what she was doing. She bit down hard, right on my index finger near the knuckle. The pain was unreal, white hot and sharp like someone was drilling into the bone. I screamed, and I mean really screamed, the kind of sound I did not know I could make. I tried to shake her off, tried to pry her jaw open with my other hand, but she just bit down harder. I felt something pop, felt warm blood gushing down my wrist, and when I finally looked, I could see bone. Actual bone. My finger was hanging on by what looked like a thin strip of skin and tendon. The watch fell from my hand and hit the floor, and that's when she finally let go. She snatched it up like some kind of animal grabbing prey, and for a second, I thought it was over. But then she turned back to me and her mouth was covered in my blood, dripping down her chin, staining her teeth. She leaned in close, so close I could smell the coffee on her breath mixed with the metallic tang of blood, and she said, "I'm going to find you in the parking lot." Not yelled it, said it, calm and deliberate, like she was telling me the weather forecast. Then she repeated it louder, "I'm going to find you in the parking lot, you stupid bitch." Security finally showed up, 2 guys in yellow vests who looked absolutely horrified. They grabbed her arms, tried to pull her away, but she kept screaming, kept pointing at me. "That's mine! She stole it from me! I'm going to kill her!" Over and over, even as they dragged her toward the exit. People had their phones out, recording everything. Some were just standing there with their mouths open. Nobody helped. Nobody did anything until it was already done. Vanessa wrapped her jacket around my arms to try and stop the bleeding, but it was not working. The cuts were too deep. My hand was throbbing, the finger just dangling there, and I started feeling dizzy, really dizzy. The store manager came over with a first aid kit, but one look at my hand and he just said, "We need an ambulance." I remember sitting on the floor, leaning against a checkout counter, staring at the blood pooling around me and thinking how stupid this all was. How absolutely insane it was that I almost died over a $70 watch. The paramedics arrived maybe 10 minutes later, though it felt like hours. They wrapped my hand in gauze, put pressure bandages on my arms, and loaded me onto a stretcher. Vanessa rode with me in the ambulance, holding my good hand the whole time, and I could tell she was trying not to cry. I kept apologizing to her. I don't even know why. I just kept saying sorry over and over. They took me to Mercy General, and the emergency room was packed. Apparently, Black Friday is a nightmare for hospitals too. Lots of trampling injuries, heart attacks, people getting into fistfights over discounted televisions. I got bumped up the line because of how bad my hand looked. A doctor came in, this older guy with gray hair and glasses, and he did not sugarcoat anything. He said the bite had severed the tendon completely, fractured the bone, and there was significant tissue damage. They were going to try to save the finger, but I needed surgery immediately. He also said I would need a rabies shot and antibiotics because human bites are apparently worse than animal bites. Something about the bacteria in our mouths being disgusting. They wheeled me into pre-op, gave me something for the pain that made everything feel floaty and distant, and I remember staring at the ceiling tiles, counting them, trying to focus on anything except what had just happened. Vanessa stayed in the waiting room. She texted me before they put me under, said the police wanted to talk to me after the surgery. When I woke up, my hand was wrapped in this massive bandage that looked like a boxing glove. The doctor told me the surgery went well, that they reattached the tendon and pinned the bone, but I would need months of physical therapy. Maybe never get full mobility back. I was still groggy, still processing everything, when a nurse came in and handed me my phone. She said Vanessa had left it with her before going to move my car to a better spot in the parking garage. I unlocked it, planning to text my sister and tell her I would not be making Thanksgiving dinner, and that's when I saw them. 3 photos. No number attached, just an unknown contact. The first photo was of my car. my blue Mazda sedan parked in the hospital lot under a streetlight. The second photo was closer. My tires. All four of them slashed, completely flat, rubber shredded like someone had gone at them with a knife. And the third photo was of my windshield, a piece of paper tucked under the wiper blade. I could not read what it said in the photo, but I did not need to. The message that came with the pictures told me everything. Should have given me the watch. That was it. 5 words. I felt my chest tighten, felt this wave of panic crash over me that made the pain in my hand seem like nothing. She had followed me, followed the ambulance, somehow figured out where I was, found my car in the parking lot, and destroyed it. And she had taken photos, sent them to me, which meant she had my phone number. I started shaking so badly that I dropped the phone on the bed. The nurse must have seen the look on my face because she asked if I was okay, if I needed her to call someone. I could not even answer. My throat felt like it was closing up. All I could think about was that woman's face, her blood-covered mouth, the way she had said she would find me. And she had. She actually had. I hit the call button about 15 times until a different nurse came running in, and I just showed her the phone. Showed her the pictures. She went pale, immediately called security, and within minutes there were 2 hospital security guards in my room, asking me questions I could barely answer. They called the police and 2 officers showed up maybe 20 minutes later. I told them everything, showed them the photos, told them about the attack at Macy's, gave them the best description I could of the woman. Purple jacket, blonde ponytail, maybe 5'6", stocky build, that crazed look in her eyes. One of the officers wrote everything down while the other one went to check on my car. When he came back, his expression told me it was bad. He said the tires were definitely slashed, and the note under the windshield said the same thing as the text. Should have given me the watch, written in black Sharpie on a torn piece of cardboard. He also said they found scratches on the driver's side door, like someone had keyed it, and the side mirror was smashed. The officer asked if I had any idea how she got my phone number, and I did not. I still don't. Maybe she saw it somewhere during the chaos. Maybe someone at the store gave it to her. I have no idea. All I knew was that this woman was not done with me. The police reviewed the security footage from Macy's and the hospital parking garage. They said they had clear images of her face, her license plate, everything they needed. Turns out she had been arrested twice before for assault. Once at a grocery store in 2013, once at a department store in 2014. Both times over sale items. Both times she had attacked someone and walked away. The officers told me they were issuing a warrant for her arrest, that she would be charged with aggravated assault, stalking, destruction of property, and probably a few other things. They assigned an officer to guard my hospital room for the rest of the night, and they told Vanessa not to go back to the parking garage alone. I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that woman's face, heard her voice, felt her teeth. The next morning, they discharged me with a stack of prescriptions and instructions for wound care. Vanessa drove me home in her car because mine was completely undrivable. I kept checking my phone the whole ride, terrified I would get another message, another photo, but nothing came. 2 days later, the police called. They had arrested her. Found her at her apartment in some suburb about 40 minutes from the mall. When they searched the place, they found the watch. My watch. Still in the Macy's bag with the receipt, sitting on her kitchen counter like some kind of trophy. They also found a folder, and this part still makes me sick to think about. Inside the folder were printed screenshots, pictures of my Facebook profile, my Instagram, photos of my apartment building that she must have taken herself. She had been planning something. I don't know what, and I don't want to know. The officer said she would be held without bail because of her prior record and the severity of the charges. He also said I would need to testify at the trial, which I did 6 months later. She got 4 years in prison. 4 years for nearly biting my finger off, for stalking me, for doing God knows what she was planning to do. My finger healed, sort of. It is permanently crooked now, and I cannot bend it all the way. I have scars running up both arms that look like someone drew jagged lines with a red pen. I never went Black Friday shopping again. Never will. And I bought my sister a different watch for the wedding, Paid full price at a regular store on a regular Wednesday afternoon. She understood. Everyone understood. But sometimes I still get this feeling, like when I am in a crowded store or walking through a parking lot at night, that someone is watching me. That someone is going to grab my hair and yank me backward. It has been years, and she is still in prison as far as I know, but that feeling never really goes away. Anyone who's worked retail knows Black Friday is hell, but what happened to me during the 2017 sale turned into something way worse than dealing with angry customers fighting over discounted TVs. I'd been working at Penny's for about 8 months at that point, ever since dropping out of college the previous spring when my dad got sick, and I needed to help with bills. The job wasn't glamorous, mostly restocking shelves and running a register in the men's department, but it paid enough to cover my half of rent in the apartment I shared with my roommate Austin. The store had this policy where we all had to wear name tags with our full first names printed in big letters, which I never thought twice about until that night. Management scheduled me for the nightmare shift. 2 p.m. to 2 a.m., 12 straight hours of scanning items and fake smiling at exhausted shoppers while my feet screamed inside my non-slip shoes. The guy first came through my line around 4 p.m., right when the initial wave of doorbuster hunters had cleared out, and the steady stream of evening shoppers started trickling in. He was probably in his mid-40s, average height, thinning brown hair combed sideways across his scalp in that way some men do when they're fighting baldness, wearing khaki pants and a gray pullover sweater that looked too warm for inside the store. What struck me immediately was how he maintained eye contact the entire transaction, not in a normal, being polite to the cashier way, but in this intense, unblinking way that made my neck feel hot. He bought a single pack of socks, white athletic socks, the cheapest ones we carried, which seemed weird for someone shopping on Black Friday when everything good was on sale. When I told him his total was $467, he handed me a $5 bill, but kept his fingers on it for a second too long after I grabbed it, so we were both holding the money at the same time. "You have really nice hands," he said, his voice soft and oddly gentle, almost tender. "Very delicate fingers. Do you play piano?" I just laughed it off with some non-committal response and gave him his change, watching as he took his small bag and walked toward the exit, though I noticed he stopped near the cologne display and seemed to just stand there, not looking at products, just standing. He came back through my line at 5:30 p.m. Same guy, same unsettling stare, this time buying a single greeting card, one of those generic thinking of you cards with flowers on the front. The store was getting more crowded as people got off work and came in for the extended sale hours, so I had a line of 6 or 7 people behind him, all looking impatient and tired. "Hi again," he said, like we were old friends, and then he did this thing where he tilted his head slightly and smiled, but only with his mouth, not his eyes. "Busy night for you, huh? You must be exhausted, working so hard." He said my name then, Mallory, reading it off my name tag but saying it slowly, like he was tasting each syllable. I scanned his card, told him the price, and he paid with exact change this time. Coins he counted out one by one into my palm, his fingertips brushing my skin with each quarter and dime. The woman behind him in line huffed loudly, annoyed at how long he was taking. After he left, I helped the rest of my customers on autopilot, but I kept glancing up between transactions, scanning the store floor, and sure enough, I spotted him about 20 feet away, standing near a display of discounted luggage, phone in his hand, just watching my register. The third time he appeared was around 7 p.m., and that's when my stomach started to genuinely hurt. He bought a travel-size bottle of hand lotion this time, and when I scanned it, he said, "I was reading that cashiers get really dry hands from handling money and receipts all day. The paper absorbs the moisture from your skin. I thought maybe you could use this." He slid the bottle back across the counter toward me after I'd bagged it. "It's for you, actually. A gift." My throat went tight and I managed to say, "I can't accept gifts from customers, but thank you," and pushed it back toward him. My co-worker, this older woman named Beverly, who worked the register next to mine, glanced over with a concerned look. The man just smiled again, that same disconnected smile, and took the lotion back. That's okay. I understand. There are rules. Then he leaned in slightly, close enough that I could smell his cologne, something heavy and woody that made my eyes water, and said quietly, I saw on your Facebook that you're studying to be a veterinarian. That's really admirable. Animals are pure souls, not like people. He said it so casually, like he was commenting on the weather, and then he walked away before I could even process what he'd just said. I hadn't been on Facebook in weeks, rarely posted anything, and my privacy settings were set to friends only, I was sure of it. But he'd somehow found me, scrolled through my profile, learned things about me. During my 15-minute break at 7:30, I practically ran to the bathroom and checked my phone with shaking fingers, going through my privacy settings 3 times, changing everything to private, even my profile picture. When I returned to my register, Beverly pulled me aside near the customer service desk, her face serious in that concerned mom way she had sometimes. That man who keeps coming through your line, the one with the sweater, he's been standing in the home goods section for the past 20 minutes just staring at you. I timed it. He's not shopping, not browsing, just standing there watching. I already told Calvin, she meant our floor manager, a useless 24-year-old who'd gotten promoted because his uncle was district supervisor. Beverly suggested I take my lunch break early and she'd cover my register. Maybe the guy would get bored and leave. I wanted to hug her. I clocked out for my 30-minute lunch at 8:15 and went to the break room in the back, past the storage area where they kept overstock and the time clock. The break room was depressing as always. Fluorescent lights buzzing, old refrigerator humming, a table with mismatched chairs and a couch that smelled like old French fries. I sat there eating the sandwich I'd packed that morning, turkey and cheese that had gone warm and soggy in my locker, trying to calm down by scrolling through Instagram, looking at pictures of my friend Kelsey's dog, anything to feel normal. But my leg wouldn't stop bouncing under the table, and I kept checking the time on my phone every 2 minutes, dreading going back out to the floor. My lunch ended at 8:45, and I walked back through the storage area, past the rows of metal shelving units stacked with boxes, and that's when I saw him. He was there, in the storage area, employees only, looking at boxes of inventory like he was supposed to be there. My entire body went cold but also hot at the same time, like a wave of electricity. "How did you get back here?" I asked, trying to sound authoritative, but my voice came out thin and uncertain. He turned slowly, and he had that smile again. "The door was open. I was looking for the restroom and got turned around. This store is like a maze, isn't it, Mallory?" He said my name again, that same deliberate way. "You should probably head back out to the sales floor," I said, gesturing toward the door, trying to position myself so I wasn't trapped between him and the shelves. He nodded agreeably, too agreeably, and walked past me. But as he did, he said, almost in a whisper, "Your roommate Austin seems like a good guy. Does he go to the gym on Lincoln Avenue? I think I've seen his car there, the blue Mazda with the dent in the back bumper." Then he was gone, pushing through the door back into the store, and I just stood there among the boxes, my heart absolutely hammering. Because how did he know about Austin, about his car, about where Austin worked out? I found Calvin near the electronics department, talking to another employee about some pricing issue, and I interrupted them, not caring if I was being rude. I explained everything quickly, the multiple visits, the Facebook comments, him being in the employee area, the things he knew about Austin. Calvin listened with this expression that I can only describe as mildly concerned, but mostly inconvenienced, like I was telling him about a slightly malfunctioning register. "Did he threaten you?" he asked. "Did he say anything explicitly threatening or touch you inappropriately?" When I said no, not exactly, he just nodded and said he'd keep an eye out, and if the guy came back through my line, I should call for a manager immediately. That was it. No offer to call security, no suggestion to file a police report, nothing. He actually said, "It's Black Friday, we get all kinds of weird customers. Just stay professional and let me know if it escalates." I wanted to scream at him that it had already escalated, that this wasn't some confused shopper, but I could see in his face that he'd already moved on mentally to the next problem. Beverly was more helpful. When I told her what Calvin said, she rolled her eyes so hard I thought they'd get stuck. She suggested I ask to work in the stockroom for the rest of my shift, away from the registers. But we both knew that wouldn't fly on the busiest shopping night of the year, when they needed every register open. The next few hours were torture. Every time someone approached my register, my whole body tensed, expecting to see him again. I kept scanning the store between customers, looking for that gray sweater, that unsettling stare. Around 10:30 p.m., the crowd started thinning out. Most families with kids had gone home, and we were left with the hardcore deal hunters and people who worked late shifts coming in on their way home. My feet were killing me, both arches cramping, and I developed this tension headache that made my vision pulse slightly at the edges. That's when he came through my line for the fourth time. He had a small picture frame this time, the kind you'd put a 4:6 photo in, silver-colored metal with a simple border. He placed it on the counter gently, deliberately, and then he placed something else next to it, a printed photograph. I looked down at it, and my vision actually went blurry for a second. It was a picture of me, taken from across the store earlier that evening. I could tell by what I was wearing and the angle. Taken from somewhere near the home goods section, where Beverly said he'd been standing. In the photo, I was mid-transaction with a customer, looking down at the register screen, completely unaware I was being photographed. "I thought you might want this," he said conversationally, like he was offering me a coupon. "You look very focused, very dedicated to your work. It's admirable." My mouth had gone completely dry and I couldn't make words come out for several seconds. "I need you to leave," I finally managed, my voice shaking but louder than I intended. "Right now. Leave the store." People in line behind him were staring now, sensing something was wrong. He didn't get angry or defensive. Instead, he looked almost hurt, wounded, like I'd said something deeply unfair. "I'm a paying customer," he said quietly. "I just wanted to buy a frame. Is there a problem?" That's when Beverly appeared beside me. Must have seen the situation from her register. "Sir, you need to leave immediately or I'm calling the police," she said firmly, already pulling her phone from her pocket. He looked between us for a long moment, that strange smile flickering at the corners of his mouth, and then he simply turned and walked away, leaving the frame and the photograph on my counter. Beverly grabbed both items immediately, touching them only by the edges, and we took them straight to Calvin, who finally seemed to grasp that this was serious. He called mall security, who took a statement from me and Beverly, took the photograph as evidence, and said they'd review security camera footage to get a clear image of the man. They walked the entire store with us, but he was gone, completely vanished. One security guard, an older guy named Tom who I'd seen around before, suggested I have someone walk me to my car when my shift ended, and maybe consider filing a police report in the morning. Guys like this, they usually back off once they know you're taking it seriously. "Documenting everything," he said, trying to be reassuring, but his eyes told a different story. The last hour and a half of my shift dragged by in this awful state of hyper-awareness. Every sound made me jump. Every customer who approached my register made my pulse spike. Beverly stayed close, checking on me every few minutes, and I loved her for it, even though I barely knew her outside of work. When 2 a.m. finally came and the store closed, the managers made announcements over the intercom for customers to bring their final purchases to the registers. We processed the last few stragglers, people clutching discounted blenders and stacks of towels, and then began the closing procedures, counting our drawers, printing end-of-day reports, shutting down the registers. The store slowly emptied of employees, everyone exhausted and ready to get home. Beverly offered to walk out with me, but she'd parked in the front lot near the main entrance because she'd arrived early for her shift, and I was in the employee lot and back, the far corner past the loading docks where they made us park so customers could have the closer spots. She made me promise to text her when I got home safely, and I promised I would. I grabbed my jacket and purse from my locker, pulled on my coat because November nights in Ohio get brutally cold, and headed out the back employee entrance with 2 other co-workers who were parked nearby, a guy from receiving named Todd, and a girl from cosmetics whose name I didn't know. The employee parking lot was basically empty at that hour, just a handful of cars scattered across the cracked asphalt under these tall yellow security lights that created these pools of sickly illumination with deep shadows in between. Todd and the cosmetics girl peeled off toward their cars near the side fence, calling out good night, their voices echoing in the cold stillness. And then I was alone, walking across the lot toward my beat-up Honda Accord parked in the far corner, keys already in my hand because every woman knows you have your keys ready, positioned between your fingers like they taught us in that one self-defense assembly back in high school. The air smelled like exhaust and old snow and fryer grease from the fast food places in the strip mall next door. My breath came out in visible puffs and my footsteps sounded too loud on the pavement. When I was about 15 feet from my car, I saw him. He was standing on the passenger side of my car, just standing there in that same gray sweater, hands in his pockets, like he'd been waiting patiently the entire time. The security lights behind him cast his face partially in shadow, but I could see he was smiling. My whole body locked up and I stopped walking, every muscle rigid, car keys digging into my palm. "Mallory," he said, his voice carrying across the empty space between us. "I wanted to make sure you got home safe. It's late and this parking lot isn't very well lit. A young woman alone at this hour, anything could happen." The way he said it, so calm and reasonable, like he was being helpful, like this was a perfectly normal thing to do, made everything feel surreal and wrong. "You need to leave," I said, and my voice sounded stronger than I felt, probably because terror was giving way to anger, this burning rage that he'd made me feel afraid in my own workplace, that he'd followed me, researched me, invaded every boundary. "I'm calling the police right now." I pulled my phone from my jacket pocket with my left hand, keeping my keys in my right, and I actually started dialing 911, my thumb shaking but determined. He took a step toward me, and I took 2 steps back, maintaining distance. "You don't need to do that," he said, and for the first time his voice had an edge to it, something sharp underneath the softness. "I'm not trying to scare you. I just think we have a connection. You felt it too, I know you did. When I came through your line that first time, the way you looked at me," he was rewriting reality, creating some imaginary interaction that had never happened, and the delusion in his voice terrified me more than anything else had all night. The 911 operator answered, a woman's voice asking about my emergency, and I started talking fast, giving the address, saying there was a man following me, that I needed police immediately. He heard me talking to the operator and something changed in his expression, the smile finally dropping away, replaced by this cold blankness. He stared at me for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 10 or 15 seconds, and then he turned and walked away, not rushed, just walked across the parking lot toward a dark sedan parked near the loading dock that I hadn't even noticed before, got in, and drove away slowly, headlights coming on as he exited onto the main road. The police arrived maybe 6 minutes later, 2 officers in separate cruisers, and I was still standing in the same spot, phone clutched in my hand, unable to make myself walk to my car even though he was gone. I gave them the whole story, everything from the first transaction to the parking lot, and they took it seriously, actually listened, took notes, got the photograph and frame from mall security as evidence. They pulled security footage from the store cameras and got clear images of his face, ran the plate number from the dark sedan that the loading dock camera had captured. Turns out he had a record, 2 prior incidents in different counties involving following women from retail locations, restraining orders filed against him by a woman in 2014 and another in 2016. The detective who called me 3 days later said they'd identified him, issued a warrant, and arrested him at his apartment in the suburbs. They charged him with stalking, criminal trespassing in the employee area, and harassment. I had to go to court twice, once for a restraining order hearing and once months later when he took a plea deal, and both times I saw him sitting there in a button-down shirt looking so ordinary, so harmless, and it made me sick thinking about how many people probably passed him every day and never suspected anything. I quit Penny's 2 weeks after Black Friday, couldn't stomach going back even though I needed the money. Found a job doing data entry from home where I never had to wear a name tag or interact with strangers face to face. Beverly and I still text sometimes. She checks in every few months. The whole thing taught me to trust my gut, that uncomfortable feeling when something isn't right. and to not worry about being rude or making a scene when someone crosses a line. I wish I'd called the police the second he mentioned my Facebook, or when he appeared in the storage area, instead of waiting until I was alone in a dark parking lot. But I did call them when it mattered most, and that's what got me out of there. He violated his restraining order once, showed up at the coffee shop where Austin worked about 5 months after the court case, just sat there drinking coffee and staring, and the barista called the cops immediately. That violation sent him to jail for 6 months. As far as I know, he hasn't tried to contact me since he got out, but I still check over my shoulder in parking lots, still keep my social media locked down tight, still feel that spike of adrenaline when someone looks at me too long in public spaces. Some experiences just change you permanently, reshape how you move through the world, and that 12-hour Black Friday shift definitely did that for me. A long stretch of retail shifts had me craving a small break from everything, so when Black Friday came around, I decided to hit a big home improvement warehouse right after my early morning errands. My plan wasn't glamorous. Grab a few storage bins, a set of shelves for my tiny laundry room, and a toolbox I'd been eyeing for months. The place was a madhouse the moment I stepped inside. People were squeezing past each other, carts packed high with oversized boxes, voices echoing off the high ceilings like we were all trapped in a metallic canyon. I remember weaving through the aisles thinking about how ridiculous it was that people could get so intense over discounted drills and winter heaters. Still, I was in a decent mood. I had a list, a cart, and a quiet evening waiting for me at home. Nothing about that morning hinted that it was about to take a very different turn. While I stood comparing 2 different shelving units, both nearly the same size but one with slightly thicker brackets, a man with a faded orange vest approached me from the side. His vest looked older than the ones I had seen other workers wearing that day, the color almost washed out, and one of the pockets was torn like he'd snagged it on something sharp. He spoke with this oddly friendly tone, saying I was looking at the wrong stuff, and that the real deals were in the loading dock area where they kept bulk inventory. I remember blinking at him, trying to figure out how I hadn't noticed that section on the Black Friday ad. He insisted it was where they kept the pallet-sized markdowns, too big to put out on the main floor with the crowds. It sounded strange, but the store was chaotic enough that it didn't immediately raise alarms in my head. I followed him through an aisle that seemed unusually empty compared to the rest of the store. The farther we walked, the colder the air felt, almost like the ventilation back there wasn't meant for customers. I noticed dust collecting on the edges of the shelves, which was odd considering how frantic the rest of the store was. At one point, I asked him how long he'd been working there, trying to make casual conversation, and he answered with a laugh that didn't match anything about his expression. It was this dry, flat sound, like he was pretending to react rather than actually reacting. He pointed toward a set of swinging doors at the end of the row and told me that was the shortcut to the receiving area, where the real bargains were waiting. The moment I pushed through those doors, the noise of the store vanished behind me. No carts banging, no announcements blaring from the speakers, no frantic chatter. Just a massive warehouse space stretching out in dim, uneven lighting. My guide didn't follow me inside. I only realized that after a few steps, when I turned to make a quick comment about a stack of oversized boxes and saw nothing but the swinging doors drifting shut. Something about the silence made my chest feel uncomfortably tight, like the air itself was holding still. I spotted my reflection in a metal panel leaning against a crate, and remember thinking I looked out of place in that huge, empty maze of shelves and pallets. That's when 3 people stepped out from behind a row of tall storage racks, blocking the way forward with this strange, forced sense of confidence, as if they had rehearsed their entrance. The 3 of them stood there like they'd been waiting for me specifically. The guy in front had a shaved head and wore a gray hoodie that looked brand new except for a dark stain near the cuff, and the 2 behind him seemed to hover just a step too close, like they wanted me to know they weren't really letting me leave. The one on the right, a woman with a sharp jawline and short auburn hair, pointed at my cart and said I'd cut in line earlier, that I'd pushed my way through the crowd near the paint section and taken items that didn't belong to me. It sounded absurd, especially because I hadn't even gone near the paint section. I told her she must have mixed me up with someone else, but the man in front shook his head slowly, like I'd just told a lie he already expected. Their expressions didn't show anger exactly. It felt more like they were trying to corner me into compliance, to see if I would hand things over without questioning their claim. I took a small step back, and the echo of my shoe on the concrete floor felt way too loud in that cavernous space. The guy in the hoodie told me to just give them the cart and there wouldn't be any trouble. His voice didn't rise or crack. It stayed calm in this unnerving way, like he had nothing to lose. The woman started circling slightly, angling herself toward my left side, and I felt this sudden awareness of how huge the warehouse was, how the aisles stretched in every direction like a maze. The overhead lights flickered in long intervals, leaving pockets of dimness between sections of brighter lamps. For a second, I considered yelling for help, but the loading area was too far removed from the main store. I doubted anyone would hear me over the constant crashing and clanging of Black Friday chaos. Instead of arguing, I gripped the cart handle and nudged it toward them a bit, pretending I was giving in while keeping my weight shifted like I might bolt. That tiny motion seemed to relax them, just enough for the woman to stop inching closer. She told me to step back and they'd handle the rest. But the moment she turned her eyes toward the cart, I pivoted and darted into the nearest aisle of the warehouse, pushing myself between two stacks of boxed garden equipment. The noise of my footsteps bounced around the metal racks, and I could immediately hear them scrambling behind me, their voices rising in frustration. One of them yelled something about me not making it far, which only pushed me to move faster, weaving deeper into the rows. The warehouse aisles were darker than I expected, lit only by sporadic bulbs that hummed like they were on the edge of burning out. Some aisles were cluttered with misplaced pallets, like the staff had abandoned reorganizing weeks ago. I passed a stack of patio umbrellas wrapped in crinkled plastic, then shelves filled with oversized fans tilted at odd angles. Every unfamiliar shape made the shadows look more alive than they were. Behind me, the footsteps grew sharper, echoing in uneven patterns that made it hard to judge how close they were. I tried to stay quiet, to focus on where I was stepping, but the adrenaline made everything feel louder. The scrape of my shoe on concrete, the soft rattle of a loose bolt lying somewhere nearby, even the sound of my own breathing bouncing off the cold walls. I kept moving, hoping the aisles would connect to an exit or a side door, anything that could get me back to the main store without crossing paths with them again. I eventually found myself in a stretch of aisles that felt even more neglected than the rest, rows of outdated seasonal displays stacked on top of each other, some with faded price tags curling at the corners. A faint draft slipped through from somewhere ahead, carrying the scent of cold air and something metallic, like old machinery. I followed that draft, hoping it meant I was moving toward an exit, but the warehouse layout twisted unpredictably, with random dead ends formed by half-built pallets. My pulse hammered in my ears as I tried to keep track of the voices behind me. They weren't shouting anymore. They were talking low and steady, strategizing, splitting up. The sound of their steps spread through the warehouse in 3 different directions, each echo taking on its own distinct rhythm, making it harder to know which path would lead directly into them. At one point, I rounded a corner and nearly tripped over a stack of metal fixtures left scattered across the floor. As I steadied myself, I noticed a narrow maintenance corridor tucked behind a pile of collapsed cardboard. It was barely wide enough for a person to pass through, and a strip of fluorescent light flickered above it, like it was losing the battle to stay alive. I slipped inside, pressing my back against the cold concrete wall as I listened for movement. For a few seconds, the only sound was the faint buzz of the dying light. Then the heavy footsteps of one of them started closing in from the aisle I'd just left. I could hear the scrape of his shoes as he slowed near the entrance, breathing with this frustrated sharpness, like he expected me to pop out at any second. He hovered there, long enough that I had to fight the urge to breathe too deeply, before muttering something under his breath and stalking away in another direction. The maintenance corridor stretched farther than I expected, eventually leading to a cluster of metal panels and a partially open service door. Through the crack, I could see the vibrant glow of the main store, the overhead lights, the movement of carts, the constant flow of people who had no idea what was happening just a few walls away. That glimpse of normalcy hit me hard. I pushed the door open inch by inch, checking for anyone nearby, half expecting one of the three to appear at the last second. When the path looked clear, I slipped out and blended into the aisles behind a display of holiday lights. I kept my head down, moving with the crowds toward the front of the store. Every noise felt sharper, the beeping of registers, the rumble of carts, even the sound of someone tearing a piece of tape. I scanned the area constantly, terrified I'd see one of those three faces again. When I finally made it to the parking lot, the daylight felt unnaturally bright after the dim warehouse. I reached my car faster than I probably should have, practically diving inside and locking the doors before catching my breath. I didn't see any of them follow me out. There was no sign of that fake employee vest. No glimpse of the woman with the auburn hair. No trace of the guy with the stained cuff. Just regular shoppers loading discounted snowblowers into their trunks. I sat there for a while trying to make sense of everything, wondering if they'd planned that whole setup, or if I'd just been unlucky enough to cross their path. Even now, I avoid the back areas of big stores, sticking close to where people are, where you can hear other voices. Whatever they wanted that day, my cart, my things, or just the chance to corner someone, I'm just glad I didn't find out how far they were willing to go. Most years I tried to avoid the Black Friday chaos, but that day, I had promised myself I'd finally replace a bunch of things in my apartment and pick up some gifts early. By late afternoon, I was carrying more bags than I should have even attempted to manage, and my arms felt like rubber bands ready to snap. I'd been jumping between stores since sunrise, and the crowd just never eased up. By the time I reached the pickup area outside the mall, the cold air hit me like a blessing. I remember trying to balance everything at my feet while waiting for my Uber, wondering how ridiculous I must have looked with bags stacked up to my knees. I just wanted to get home, put everything on the floor, and breathe for a second. The car pulled up, a dark blue SUV with the windows slightly tinted, and the driver leaned across the passenger seat, giving me this enthusiastic wave like he already knew me. His name on the app was Mark, and he looked like a guy in his late 40s with a trimmed beard and a baseball cap that had a faded state logo on the front. Something about him felt like he was trying a little too hard to be friendly, but I chalked it up to holiday stress. When he got out and saw the pile of bags, his eyebrows shot up as if I'd just hauled a treasure chest out of the mall. He started asking questions before we even loaded anything. What I got, which deals I caught, which stores were the best this year. His curiosity felt oddly precise, almost like he was taking inventory. Once everything was finally in the trunk, we settled into the ride, and he kept the conversation laser-focused on my purchases. Not in a casual, holiday shopping way, he wanted details. He asked how much I spent on the electronics, whether the clothes were for me or someone else, which brands I chose, whether anything was limited edition. At first I thought maybe he was just trying to pass the time with small talk, but his tone carried this intensity, like each answer mattered to him on some personal level. Every time I tried to shift the conversation to something lighter, he circled back to the bags. I remember watching the rearview mirror and noticing how often his eyes flicked upward toward me, as if he was trying to read my expressions along with my answers. When we pulled up in front of my place, I felt so relieved to be home that I almost ignored the way he didn't drive off immediately. He helped me unload the bags onto the porch, wished me a good night, and then paused by the edge of the driveway. I assumed he was checking the app or the GPS for his next ride, so I didn't pay close attention. Inside, I dropped everything in the living room and flopped onto the couch for a minute. When I got up to lock the door, I glanced outside and noticed the SUV still idling a few houses down. I told myself he was probably waiting for another ride request and didn't think much of it. But something about the angle he parked at gave me a weird jolt, like he'd been facing my house deliberately. I tried to shake it off and went to unpack. About 20 minutes later, while sorting the boxes in my living room, I heard the soft chime from my phone, the notification from my doorbell cam. At first I assumed it was a neighbor, Or maybe a package I forgot I ordered, so I tapped the screen without thinking. The moment the video loaded, a sharp tension hit my chest. The SUV was back. Same dark blue, same worn-out state logo on the cap, same driver stepping out and walking straight toward my front door like he belonged there. He wasn't holding a phone or pretending to drop something off. He was scanning the front of my place like he was memorizing it. The camera caught him leaning slightly toward the door, his hand touching the handle as if testing the weight of it. I just stared at the screen, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I paused the video and went back to watch the earlier clip, the one from when he first dropped me off. That's when I noticed something that made me sit down automatically. He had taken photos of my house before leaving. Quick, subtle movements, but clear as day once I knew what to look for. He'd pretended to stretch his arm to adjust his cap, but the camera in his hand had been pointed directly at my windows. I replayed it 3 times, feeling this growing sense of violation bubbling under my ribs. This wasn't curiosity anymore, or even nosiness. He wanted information, my layout, my entry points, maybe even whether I lived alone. I stayed near the door with the deadbolt secured, and every light inside turned off except the one by the hallway. Watching the live feed made my throat tighten. Mark circled the porch once, as if trying to see through the frosted glass, and then stepped toward the side window near the kitchen. He cupped his hands around the edges of the glass to look inside. I remember standing absolutely still, barely breathing, feeling the weight of the silence inside my home. The thought of him knowing exactly where my shopping bags were, expensive electronics, brand new clothes, sealed boxes stacked right where I left them, made everything feel 10 times more unsettling. He stayed outside for maybe a full minute, but it stretched out in my head like an hour. Then he walked back toward the SUV, but he didn't leave immediately. He sat there with the headlights off, engine humming low, as if waiting for something. I didn't know if he expected me to open the door, or if he was checking whether anyone else lived here. I remember moving slowly toward the back of the house, thinking through every possible scenario, calling a friend, dialing 911, or just grabbing my keys and slipping out through the back gate. The whole time I kept watching that little screen in my hand, counting the seconds and hoping the SUV would eventually back out and disappear from the street. The SUV finally rolled away, but my nerves didn't settle. I kept replaying everything that happened in my head, trying to understand why a complete stranger would come back to my house after dropping me off. The more I thought about the way he questioned me in the car, the more it all lined up in a way that made my jaw clench. He hadn't been making conversation, he'd been gathering details. I didn't want to sit there waiting for him to return again, so I grabbed my phone and called the non-emergency police line, explaining everything as calmly as I could. They sent a patrol car to drive by, and the officer who spoke with me told me to stay inside, lock everything, and save the footage in case things escalated. Hearing someone else take it seriously made my pulse slow down just a little. After the officer left, I walked through my place, securing every window and checking every blind. I remember noticing how loud the house felt when it was quiet. Every click of a lock echoed like I was inside a much bigger space. I stacked the shopping bags in the hallway, far from any window, in case that had been what caught his interest. I kept thinking about how he paused before leaving earlier, how he tried to mask taking those photos, how he circled the porch like he was looking for weak spots. Even with the police making rounds, I didn't shake the feeling that he might try again once the street got quieter. I sat on the couch with my phone in my hand, doorbell cam open, waiting for any sign of that SUV. Hours went by without anything happening, and at some point I must have dozed off sitting upright. I woke up just past sunrise with the doorbell cam still open on my screen, and my living room washed in that pale morning light that makes everything feel distant and unreal. Before doing anything else, I checked the camera history again. No alerts, no movement, no car passing slowly by. For a while, I just sat there trying to understand what he thought he would gain from coming back. Whether he wanted to steal something, or whether the interest he showed in my purchases had been just a small part of something bigger he'd planned. The uncertainty made me uneasy in a way that stuck with me for days. I ended up filing an official report later that morning, submitting every clip and every detail I remembered from the ride. The officer who followed up told me the SUV wasn't registered under the name he used on the app. which made everything click together in the worst way. The rideshare company suspended the account, and someone from their safety team called me to say they were cooperating with the investigation. I never saw that driver again, and nothing else happened after that day. But I still think about the moment I watched him on my camera, trying the door like it was already his. Even now, whenever I get home from being out late, I check the street twice before stepping out of the car. It's strange how fast a normal day can turn into something you never forget. The seasonal job at Target came at a moment when I really needed the extra cash, and my routine back then was basically work, eat something quick, and pass out the moment I got home. That day had been busier than usual, the kind of steady crowd where every cart seemed to squeak louder than the last. But the break room felt like a tiny pocket of quiet compared to the sales floor. I remember sitting there with a microwaved burrito on a paper towel, scrolling through my phone, trying to relax my shoulders after dealing with a string of impatient customers. The break room smelled like burnt popcorn and lemon-scented cleaner, and there was a poster on the wall reminding employees to choose kindness, which always felt a little ironic during holiday rushes. I didn't have many friends on that shift yet, so I usually kept to myself unless someone decided to chat. My locker was on the far left side of the room, painted red but chipped around the handle, easy to recognize. Everything about that space felt safe and predictable in a way I didn't question. The door opened with that hollow metal thud, and a guy stepped in wearing a Target vest slightly faded compared to ours, like it had been washed too many times. He looked mid-20s maybe, tall and lean, with dark hair that stuck out slightly like he hadn't bothered to smooth it down. What caught my attention was the way he scanned the room before even acknowledging me, as if checking for someone specific. Then he smiled. Not forced, not strange, just a quick friendly expression, and said he worked a different shift and was just trying to find a quiet place for a break. Something about the way he said it sounded odd, like he was improvising the sentence as it left his mouth, but I didn't think much of it. Seasonal employees bounced between shifts all the time, so I figured maybe he was new or covering hours for someone. He sat across from me and started talking casually, asking how long I'd been working there and whether I liked the store layout. Nothing too unusual at first, until he shifted into questions that didn't sound like the kind someone from another shift would really care about. He asked which doors employees usually use to leave at night, whether the manager stayed late, and if the security guy who walked the floor had a fixed route or just wandered. His tone never changed, still light, chatty, but the questions felt strangely specific in a way that made my attention sharpen. I tried to answer vaguely, shrugging, pretending I barely knew the details. He nodded a lot, like each little piece of information meant more to him than it should have. At one point, he even asked if the lockers were assigned or if anyone could just take an empty one. I laughed it off, telling him we each had our own, but he didn't look away from the row of lockers when I said it. When my break ended, I tossed my burrito wrapper and told him I'd see him around, though I wasn't sure I meant it. I remember glancing back once before leaving and noticing him standing near the lockers, not heading toward the door like someone about to return to work. The shift went on normally after that, busy enough that I didn't revisit the weirdness in my mind. But 2 hours later, when I finally went back to the break room to grab my wallet for a drink, the door creaked open and I saw the same guy crouched in front of my locker. The metal latch was half open, my jacket pushed aside, and he had something in his hand. Something small, maybe my keychain. His head snapped up when he heard me, and for a moment he just stared, wide-eyed like he had been caught doing something he couldn't talk his way out of. He bolted upright so fast the locker door bounced shut behind him, and for a second, neither of us said anything. My voice came out louder than I intended when I asked what he thought he was doing, but he didn't try to explain or apologize. He just muttered something like "wrong locker" and rushed past me, practically shoulder-checking the trash bin on his way out. I remember standing there, breathing hard, staring at the dent he'd made in the dust on the floor with his shoe. My wallet was still inside, but everything felt shuffled, like he had gone through each item one by one. The keychain I thought he'd taken, a little metal lighthouse my sister gave me, was sitting crooked on the top shelf. It bothered me in a way I couldn't shake. like he had touched something that didn't belong to him, not just physically but personally. I told a manager about it, but the moment I said I didn't know his name, their interest disappeared into a shrug. The rest of my shift dragged, each aisle somehow louder than the one before, and every time someone walked past me wearing a vest, I found myself glancing at their face just to be sure it wasn't him. I kept replaying the break room in my head, wondering how long he'd been digging through my stuff before I walked in. A couple of co-workers joked that maybe he was looking for snacks or headphones, but the questions he had asked me earlier wouldn't get out of my mind. It wasn't the kind of curiosity you hear from someone just trying to make small talk. It reminded me of how customers sometimes poke around, trying to find loopholes for returns or ways around policies, but sharper, like he was collecting pieces for something bigger. I tried to focus on zoning the toy aisle, lining up boxes and straightening price tags, but my attention kept drifting toward the back hallway, half expecting him to reappear. When the shift finally ended, I headed toward the parking garage, grateful to be done. The air felt colder than it had earlier, sharp with that artificial chill garages always seem to have. My footsteps echoed against the concrete, the click of the overhead lights buzzing faintly above me. I spotted my car 2 rows over, tucked between a beige SUV and a faded blue sedan. As I walked toward it, I noticed someone leaning against the low wall near the exit ramp, partly hidden by the shadow of a pillar. At first I assumed it was another employee waiting for a ride, but the posture, still slightly angled toward my lane, made me slow down. When he shifted enough for the light to catch his face, I realized it was him. The same too bright vest, the same dark hair sticking up unevenly. He wasn't smoking or looking at his phone or pretending to do anything. He was just watching. I kept walking but angled slightly toward a different row, pretending I'd forgotten where I parked. My pulse punched against my ribs as I tried to think of what to do next. He stepped away from the pillar, not moving closer but adjusting his stance like he wanted a clearer look at me. I could feel the weight of his attention trailing every step I took, and the garage suddenly felt too empty, too quiet, like all the normal noises had been dialed down. I spotted a security camera mounted above the stairwell door and made a beeline for it, pretending to rummage through my bag as if looking for something. From the corner of my eye, I saw him shift again, this time leaning forward slightly, as though deciding whether to follow. I didn't wait to find out. I pushed through the stairwell door, letting it slam behind me, and took the steps 2 at a time until I reached the landing with the security office sign. Inside the security office, only one guard was working, a guy named Elias, who'd transferred from another store earlier that month. He looked surprised when I walked in, probably because I barely got any words out before pointing toward the stairwell door and trying to explain what happened. I told him about the break room, the locker, the questions, and now the parking garage. His expression shifted slowly from confusion to concern, and he asked me to stay put while he checked the cameras. The monitor's glow lit up the whole room, showing different angles of the garage. When he pulled up the feed for my level, the guy in the vest was still there, pacing a slow, tight line near the same pillar. He wasn't wandering or heading toward a car. He was just waiting. Elias radioed another guard and told me not to leave the office until they cleared the area. Watching that screen made my chest tighten. Something about the way the guy kept glancing toward the entry lane felt deliberate, like he knew exactly where I should have been walking. A few minutes later, the other guard reported that the man had disappeared between camera zones, slipping out of view around the far ramp. They swept the whole level, but didn't spot him again. Elias suggested escorting me to my car, and even though part of me felt embarrassed, like I was making a big deal out of nothing, I wasn't about to walk back there alone. We took the elevator down, and I remember the hum of the fluorescent lights overhead seeming louder than usual. When the doors opened, my car was right where I'd left it, but my eyes kept darting around, checking behind concrete barriers, looking for any movement. The 2 guards stood by while I unlocked the door and got inside, and I didn't relax until I was pulling out of the garage with the exit gate lifting in front of me. Even then, I kept checking my mirrors the whole drive home. For the next few days, every shift felt stretched thin by anxiety. I'd catch myself glancing at strangers who walked too close to the employee areas or lingering near the back hallway, I asked a manager again whether someone from a different shift matched the description I gave, but they couldn't confirm anyone like him. No transfers, no recent hires wearing older vests, no one who should have been in the break room that day. One co-worker suggested maybe he'd stolen a vest from an old donation bin, which honestly made everything worse, because it meant he could have walked in looking like one of us without raising any suspicion. I kept thinking about the locker, how he'd been touching my stuff with that weird focus, and the garage, and the way he stood there like he had all the time in the world. The last time I saw him, if you can call it that, was a week later. I had just clocked out and was passing the upper windows facing the garage. Below, near the same pillar as before, a man in a faded red vest stood briefly in the open, head tilted upward like he was scanning the upper floors. The angle made it hard to see his face clearly, but something about the stance matched him. Before I could get a better look, he slipped behind. Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. Every year, my friends drag me to some New Year's Eve event, and every year I swear it will be the last time. But 2023 felt different. I had just gone through a rough breakup, spent most of December alone in my apartment, and Megan practically showed up at my door to physically pull me out of my isolation. Our little group of 4 had been inseparable since college. Me, Megan, her boyfriend Troy, and my co-worker Dennis, who joined our circle after we started working together at a marketing firm downtown. We had all graduated back in 2015, which meant we were hitting that strange phase where half our friends were having babies, and the other half still could not commit to a city. That night, we took a rideshare to the waterfront to watch the fireworks, grabbed some tacos from a food truck, and planned to catch another ride home before surge pricing made the trip cost more than our entire evening out. Everything went smoothly until around 2:30 in the morning, when we were already on our way back. The ride home was through Uber Share, one of those shared ride apps where you split the fare with strangers heading in the same direction. Our driver was a quiet guy named Oscar, who had a small Colombian flag hanging from his rearview mirror, and played soft reggaeton at a volume that felt respectful for the late hour. There were 2 other passengers already in the minivan when we climbed in, a young couple who looked like they had partied way harder than us, the girl already half asleep against the window with glitter smeared across her cheek. The route took us through the northern suburbs, and by the time we hit the residential streets past Oakwood Heights, everything was dead silent. Most people were either still celebrating downtown or passed out at home. The houses looked eerie in the darkness, deflated inflatable snowmen lying flat on frozen lawns, string lights blinking on timers with nobody awake to notice them. Oscar was taking a shortcut through a neighborhood I did not recognize when we stopped at a red light at a 4-way intersection, and that is when everything changed. A dark blue sedan was stopped in the lane next to us, slightly ahead so we could see directly into the driver's side window. At first, I thought the 2 people inside were just having an argument, the kind of loud, messy fight that couples have after drinking too much on a holiday. But then the driver's arm came up, and I saw his fist connect with the woman's face. Not a slap, not a shove, a full closed fist punch that snapped her head against the passenger window. Megan gasped beside me, and Troy leaned forward between the front seats to get a better look. The driver hit her again, this time grabbing a fistful of her hair and slamming her head against the dashboard. The woman was not fighting back. She was not even trying to protect herself. Her arms hung limp at her sides like she had already given up, like this was not the first time. I could see blood on her face now, dark and shiny under the streetlight, smearing across the window where her cheek pressed against the glass. Oscar muttered something in Spanish and looked at us through the rearview mirror, his eyes wide with the same disbelief we all felt. Troy did not hesitate. He reached over and slammed his palm against the horn, holding it down for a solid 5 seconds. The sound cut through the silent neighborhood like a scream, and the man in the sedan stopped mid-swing. His head turned slowly toward our minivan, and I got my first clear look at his face. He was maybe in his 40s, with a thick neck and a shaved head that gleamed under the amber streetlight. His eyes were not wild or crazy like I expected. They were cold, calculated, like he was sizing us up and deciding what to do about the interruption. The light turned green, but nobody moved. For a long, horrible moment, we just stared at each other through the glass. Then his lips curled into something that was not quite a smile, and he raised one finger, pointing directly at our windshield, directly at us, before slowly pulling his car forward and turning right. Dennis already had his phone out, dialing 911 before the sedan even completed the turn. Oscar hit the gas the moment the other car was out of sight, and I felt the minivan lurch forward as we sped through the intersection going straight, putting as much distance as possible between us and whatever we had just witnessed. The young couple in the back row had woken up now, the girl asking in a confused, slurred voice what was happening. Nobody answered her. I was twisted around in my seat, watching the road behind us through the rear window, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. For about 30 seconds I thought we were clear. The street behind us stayed empty, just dark asphalt and parked cars and the occasional porch light. Then a pair of headlights swung around the corner, fast, way too fast, and I knew immediately it was him. He had circled the block. He had come back for us. Dennis was still on hold with 911, the automated message repeating something about high call volume due to the holiday, and I wanted to scream at the recording that someone was about to die tonight if they did not pick up. Oscar was driving faster now, weaving through the residential streets with a focus that told me this was not his first time in a bad situation. The sedan stayed about 50 feet behind us, matching our speed exactly, never falling back and never getting closer. It was like he wanted us to know he was there, wanted us to feel him right on our tail. Troy was trying to get a photo of the license plate through the back window, but between the darkness and the motion, everything came out blurred. Megan had her arm around me, squeezing tight, and I realized I was shaking, not from cold, but from pure adrenaline flooding every part of my body. The streets were completely empty, every house dark, everyone asleep, or passed out from celebrating. We passed a stop sign without even slowing down, and the sedan did the same. Then another. Oscar made a sharp left turn without signaling, tires squealing against the pavement, and for a moment I thought we had lost him. But when I looked back, those headlights were already rounding the corner behind us, steady and patient, like a predator who knew his prey had nowhere to go. The sedan surged forward without warning, closing the gap between us in seconds. I heard Megan scream as the headlights flooded our back window, so bright I had to shield my eyes. He was right on our bumper now, close enough that I could make out his silhouette through the glare. That thick neck, that bald head, one hand on the wheel and the other doing something I could not see. Oscar swerved hard to the right, and the sedan clipped our back corner with a crunch of metal that sent us fishtailing across the empty street. The young couple in the back was fully awake now, the guy yelling questions that nobody had time to answer. I grabbed the headrest in front of me and held on as Oscar regained control, my teeth rattling from the impact. The sedan had fallen back a few car lengths, but I could see a fresh dent in his front bumper gleaming under a streetlight. And I could see him laughing. Actually laughing, his mouth wide open, shoulders shaking with amusement like this was the most fun he had experienced in years. That image burned itself into my memory. A man who beats women in his car, who chases strangers through empty streets at 3 a.m, laughing like he was watching a comedy show. Finally, a voice came through Dennis's phone. A real human voice, tired and stressed but real. He started talking fast, giving our location as best he could, describing the sedan, the assault we witnessed, the chase that was now entering its 5th minute. The dispatcher told us to stay on the line, to keep moving, that units were being sent, but response times were delayed because of the holiday. Delayed. That word hit me like a punch to the chest. We were being hunted through a sleeping neighborhood, and help was delayed. Oscar shouted that he was heading toward the main road, hoping there would be more traffic, more witnesses, maybe even a police car doing a routine patrol. But the residential street seemed endless. Block after block of identical houses with their porch lights off and their curtains drawn. The sedan rammed us again, harder this time, and I heard something crack underneath the minivan, a sound that made Oscar curse loudly in Spanish. Troy was trying to calm everyone down, telling us we just needed to make it to Bleecker Avenue, where there would be gas stations and a 24-hour diner, but his voice was trembling so badly that the words came out in pieces. We almost made it. I could see the glow of commercial lights ahead, the familiar red and yellow of a gas station sign rising above the rooftops like a beacon. Oscar pushed the minivan as hard as it would go, the engine whining in protest, and for a few beautiful seconds the sedan fell behind. But then came a sound that made my stomach turn, a rhythmic thumping from somewhere beneath us, getting louder with each rotation of the wheels. The first impact had done more damage than we realized. Oscar was losing control, the steering pulling hard to the left no matter how much he fought it. We limped through one more intersection before he had no choice but to pull over, the minivan shuddering to a stop against the curb in front of a dark house with a for sale sign in the yard. The gas station was maybe 3 blocks away. It might as well have been 3 miles. The sedan rolled up behind us and stopped, its headlights illuminating the interior of our vehicle like a stage. Nobody moved. Nobody breathed. We sat there in that harsh white light, waiting to see what he would do next. The driver's door of the sedan swung open, and he stepped out onto the street. He was bigger than I expected. Not just the thick neck I had noticed before, but broad shoulders and arms that strained against a dark jacket. He walked toward us slowly, deliberately, his boots making a sound against the asphalt that seemed impossibly loud in the silent neighborhood. Dennis was still on the phone with 911, whispering our new location, begging them to hurry. Oscar reached under his seat and pulled out a tire iron, his jaw set tight, and Troy grabbed the back of his seat like he was ready to jump out and help if it came to that. The man stopped about 10 feet from our rear bumper and just stood there, staring at us through the back window. Then he reached into his jacket pocket and I felt every muscle in my body tense so hard that my vision started to blur at the edges. But he did not pull out a weapon. He pulled out a cigarette and a lighter, lit it casually, and took a long drag while watching us like we were animals in a cage. He wanted us to know that he was in control, that he could take his time, that nobody was coming to save us. The standoff lasted maybe 2 minutes, but it felt like an hour. He finished his cigarette slowly, flicking the butt onto the pavement and grinding it under his boot. Then he started walking toward us again, and this time Oscar threw open his door and stepped out, the tire iron gripped tight in his right hand. I wanted to scream at him to get back inside, but my voice was stuck somewhere deep in my chest. The 2 men faced each other across the empty street, and I could see the calculation happening behind the aggressor's eyes, weighing whether this was worth it, measuring Oscar up, deciding if he could take him. That is when we heard it. Sirens. Faint at first, but getting louder, coming from somewhere to the east. The man heard them too, and something shifted in his posture. He took 1 step back, then another. His eyes swept across our minivan one final time, locking onto each of us through the windows like he was memorizing our faces. Then he pointed at us again, that same slow, deliberate gesture from the intersection, and walked back to his sedan. He got in, reversed smoothly, and disappeared down a side street just as the first red and blue lights appeared in the distance. By the time the patrol car reached us, he was gone. The cops took our statements for almost an hour, parked there on that dark residential street while the sky slowly turned gray with the first hint of dawn. They found the woman from the sedan at a hospital emergency room about 40 minutes later. She had walked in alone, bleeding from a gash above her eyebrow, and refused to say who hurt her. She would not press charges, would not even confirm that she knew the man we described. The police told us this happens more often than people think, that victims protect their abusers for reasons that are complicated and heartbreaking, and that without her cooperation, there was not much they could do. They never caught him. I spent weeks checking news sites, waiting for a story about a bald man with a thick neck arrested for assault or worse, but it never came. Sometimes I still think about that woman, wonder if she got away from him eventually, or if she is still trapped in that car, flinching every time his hand moves. And I think about the way he looked at us through that back window, smoking his cigarette, so patient and calm. He knew exactly what he was doing. He knew he would get away with it. The thing that haunts me most is not the chase or the fear. It is the fact that somewhere out there, he is still driving those same streets, and the next person who honks at a red light might not have sirens coming to save them. My buddy Nathan texted me on December 28th, asking if the crew was still doing downtown Portland for New Year's Eve. We had kept this tradition alive since graduating together in 2015, and no matter how crazy life got, that one night stayed sacred. So on December 31st of 2024, 6 of us headed to Pioneer Courthouse Square for the big countdown. Nathan brought his girlfriend Brooke, our friend Theo came with his brother Julian, and I invited Priscilla from my office, who had just moved to Oregon and never experienced the madness of a proper downtown celebration. The energy was electric from the moment we stepped off the MAX train around 10. Thousands of people packed into the square, breath visible in the cold air, everyone buzzing with that particular excitement that only exists in the final hours of a dying year. We found a decent spot near one of the food vendors, close enough to see the stage where a local band was playing covers of classic rock songs that got swallowed by crowd noise. By 11:30, the crowd had tripled. What started as a comfortable gathering transformed into a crushing mass of bodies pressed together so tight, I could feel strangers breathing against my neck. People kept pushing forward toward the stage, and our little group got separated despite our best efforts to hold on to each other. I lost sight of Nathan first. Then Theo and Julian vanished somewhere to my left when a wave of people surged past. Priscilla grabbed my arm and shouted something I could not hear over the noise, but within seconds she got pulled away too, her hand slipping from mine like water through fingers. My phone had died an hour earlier because I forgot to charge it before leaving home, which meant I had no way to text anyone or check our meeting spot. The air grew thick and warm despite the freezing December temperature. A strange mix of body heat and alcohol breath and perfume that made my head swim. I needed to get out just for a minute, just enough space to breathe and think and figure out where everyone went. I pushed sideways through the crowd, using my shoulders to carve a path toward the edge of the square. It took almost 10 minutes to move 50 feet, squeezing between couples holding champagne bottles and groups of college kids wearing glittery hats and blowing noisemakers directly into my ears. When I finally broke free from the densest part of the gathering, I found myself near the corner of Southwest Yam Hill and 6th Avenue, where the crowd thinned enough that I could actually extend my arms without touching another person. A small side alley opened up between 2 older brick buildings, one of them a closed antique shop with iron bars over the windows. I stepped into the mouth of that alley just to catch my breath, leaning against the cold brick wall and letting the winter air fill my lungs. The noise from the square still thundered behind me, but here it felt muffled, distant, like listening to a concert from outside the venue. I checked my watch and saw 11:47 glowing in the dim light. 13 minutes until midnight, and I had no idea where my friends were. That was when the first firework exploded overhead. Someone had jumped the gun on the countdown, sending a burst of red and gold across the sky that lit up the alley in flickering colors. In that brief flash of light, I saw them. About 40 feet deeper into the alley, 2 men in dark jackets were dragging a woman toward a service door at the back of one of the buildings. She was struggling, her legs kicking against the pavement, one of her heels scraping the concrete as they pulled her. I saw her mouth open wide, saw her body twist and fight, but the boom of the fireworks swallowed whatever sound she made. For a second I just stood there, my brain trying to process what my eyes were showing me. Another firework went up, this one green and white, and in its glow I saw her face clearly. Young, maybe mid-20s, mascara streaking down her cheeks, pure terror in her eyes. One of the men had his hand clamped over her mouth while the other gripped her arm so hard I could see the fabric of her silver dress bunching under his fingers. I did not think. I just moved. My feet carried me deeper into the alley before my brain could calculate the danger, and I heard myself yelling something like, "Hey, stop," or "Let her go." I cannot remember the exact words because my heart was pounding so loud it drowned out my own voice. The 2 men stopped and turned toward me. The fireworks kept exploding above us, painting their faces in bursts of color that made them look almost unreal. The one holding her mouth was shorter, stocky, with a shaved head and a neck thick as a tree trunk. The other was taller and leaner, wearing a black beanie pulled low over his forehead. They did not look panicked or surprised. They looked annoyed, like I was a fly buzzing around their dinner. The tall one said something to his partner in a language I did not recognize, then let go of the woman's arm and started walking toward me. His steps were slow and deliberate, almost casual, and that calmness scared me more than if he had charged. He stopped about 6 feet away from me and tilted his head to one side like he was studying an insect. He spoke in accented English, his voice low enough that I had to strain to hear it over the distant roar of the crowd and the ongoing firework bursts. "Wrong place, friend. Turn around. Go back to your party." His hand moved to his jacket pocket, and he pulled the zipper down just enough to show me what was inside. The blade caught a flash of blue light from a firework overhead. A folding knife, already open, the edge gleaming. He did not pull it out or wave it around. He just let me see it, let me understand what would happen if I stayed. Behind him, the stocky one still had the woman pinned, his hand tight over her face, and I could see her eyes fixed on me, wide and desperate, begging me not to leave. My mind raced through options like a slot machine spinning too fast to read. I could run back to the square, try to find a cop, but the police barricades had been set up around the main stage area, and I had seen officers redirecting people away from the side streets to manage the crowd flow. By the time I found someone and explained what was happening and led them back here, these men would be gone. The woman would be gone. The tall man took another step toward me, close enough now that I could smell cigarette smoke on his jacket. "Last chance," he said, and something in his tone told me he meant it. Behind us, the crowd in the square started the countdown. 10, 9, 8, their voices rising in unison like a distant wave. I looked past him at the woman, at the tears streaming down her face, at her fingers clawing uselessly at the stocky man's arm. 7, 6, 5. I thought about my dad, who passed away when I was 19, and how he always said that a man is defined by what he does when no one is watching. 4, 3, 2. The tall man smirked and started to turn back toward his partner, assuming I had made my choice. 1. The sky erupted in a symphony of explosions, a cascade of color and thunder that shook the windows of the buildings around us. And in that moment, while the tall man's attention flickered upward for just a fraction of a second, I grabbed a metal trash can lid leaning against the wall and swung it at his head with everything I had. The lid connected with the side of his skull with a sound I will never forget. A hollow, wet thunk that vibrated up through my arms and into my shoulders. He stumbled sideways, crashing into a stack of wooden pallets, and the knife clattered out of his hand onto the pavement. I did not stop to see if he was getting up. I ran past him toward the stocky one, who had released the woman's mouth to reach for something in his own pocket. She screamed then, a raw and broken sound that cut through even the roar of the fireworks, and threw her elbow backward into his ribs. He grunted and loosened his grip just enough for her to twist free. She fell to her knees on the concrete, scrambling toward me on all fours, her silver dress torn at the hem and her hair wild around her face. I grabbed her arm and pulled her up, already turning back toward the mouth of the alley. But the tall man was on his feet again, blood running down the side of his face, and he had retrieved his knife. He stood between us and the way out, his expression no longer annoyed but something much worse. Focused, predatory, like a hunter who had just decided his prey was worth the effort. The woman clutched my arm so hard her nails dug through my jacket sleeve. "There's another way," she gasped, her voice hoarse from screaming. "I saw it when they brought me in. A gate at the back leads to the next street." I did not have time to question her. The stocky man had recovered from the elbow to his ribs and was moving toward us now, flanking his partner, trapping us in a pincer. I turned and ran deeper into the alley, pulling the woman with me, our footsteps echoing off the brick walls. The fireworks were still going, burst after burst, lighting up the narrow passage in strobing flashes of red and gold and green. We passed dumpsters overflowing with cardboard boxes, a rusted bicycle chained to a pipe, puddles of something dark I did not want to identify. The alley twisted left, then right, opening into a small courtyard surrounded by the back entrances of closed businesses. A chain-link gate stood at the far end, maybe 7 feet tall, topped with barbed wire that glinted in the intermittent light. The woman pointed at it, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "There, we can climb it." I heard footsteps behind us getting closer, and the sound of the tall man cursing in that language I could not place. I reached the gate first and grabbed the chain link with both hands, testing its strength. It rattled, but held firm. I turned to the woman and cupped my hands together, creating a step for her foot. "Go, I'll boost you over." She hesitated for just a second, looking at me with an expression I could not read. Gratitude, maybe, or disbelief that a stranger would do this for her. Then she put her foot in my hands, and I lifted her up, my arms screaming from the effort as she grabbed the top of the fence and hauled herself over. She cleared the barbed wire somehow, leaving a strip of silver fabric caught on one of the points, and dropped down to the other side with a grunt of pain. I started climbing after her, my fingers hooking through the diamond-shaped gaps in the chain link, my shoes slipping on the metal. I was halfway up when a hand grabbed my ankle and yanked me backward. I lost my grip and fell, landing hard on my back in the courtyard, the impact knocking the wind out of me. The tall man stood over me, knife in hand, blood still dripping from his temple where I had hit him. His partner was right behind him, blocking any chance of escape back the way we came. The tall man crouched down beside me, pressing the flat of the blade against my cheek. I could feel how cold it was, how sharp the edge, and I thought about how strange it was that this might be the last thing I ever felt. "You should have walked away," he said, almost sadly, like he regretted what he was about to do. The fireworks had slowed down now, the grand finale fading into scattered pops and crackles, and I could hear the distant cheering of the crowd celebrating the new year. I was going to die in this dirty courtyard while thousands of people toasted champagne less than 2 blocks away. The stocky man said something to his partner, gesturing impatiently toward the gate where the woman had escaped. They were arguing, I realized. The stocky one wanted to go after her, finish what they started. The tall one seemed more interested in punishing me for interfering. Their disagreement bought me a few seconds, and I used them to scan the ground around me for anything I could use. My hand found a chunk of broken concrete near the base of the wall, about the size of a baseball, with jagged edges that bit into my palm. I did not have a plan. I just knew I was not going to lie there and let them decide my fate. I swung the concrete chunk upward with everything I had left, catching the tall man in the jaw. I heard teeth crack, heard him howl in pain, and then I was on my feet and running. Not toward the gate, but back into the maze of alleys, hoping to lose them in the darkness. My lungs burned and my back throbbed where I had fallen, but I kept moving, turning corners at random, knocking over trash cans behind me to slow them down. I burst out of an alley onto Southwest Stark Street and nearly collided with a group of drunk partygoers stumbling toward their ride. "Call 911, I shouted at them, not stopping to explain, and then I saw something beautiful. 2 police officers on bicycles, stationed at the corner to manage pedestrian overflow from the main event. I ran toward them, waving my arms, screaming about the woman and the men and the knife. They must have thought I was crazy at first, some drunk guy having a breakdown, but something in my face convinced them to take me seriously. One of them radioed for backup while the other followed me back toward the courtyard, and by the time we got there, the 2 men were gone. Vanished into the night like they had never existed at all. The police found the woman 2 blocks away, sitting on the curb outside a late-night diner, shaking and crying but alive. Her name was Valerie, and she told the officers that the men had grabbed her outside a bar on Southwest Alder Street while she was waiting for her Uber. She had been at a party with co-workers, stepped out alone to get her ride, and within seconds they had her. She did not know them, had never seen them before, had no idea why they targeted her. The detective who took my statement said it was likely a random abduction, possibly connected to a trafficking operation they had been investigating for months. They never caught the 2 men. The security cameras in that part of downtown were either broken or pointed in the wrong direction, and the descriptions I gave, stocky bald guy, tall guy with a beanie, matched about 1,000 people in Portland that night. Valerie reached out to me through the detective a few weeks later, wanting to thank me in person. We met at a coffee shop in the Pearl District, and she brought me a gift card and a handwritten note that I still keep in my desk drawer. She told me she had nightmares every night, that she could not walk down the street alone anymore, that she had moved back in with her parents in Beaverton because she could not stand being in her apartment by herself. I did not know what to say. I just told her I was glad she was okay, and I meant it. Nathan and the others had spent 3 hours looking for me that night before I finally tracked them down at the police station where I was giving my statement. Priscilla cried when she saw me. Julian kept saying "dude" over and over like his brain had short-circuited. Brooke made me promise to never do anything that stupid again, and I lied and said I would not. The truth is, I do not know what I would do if I saw something like that again. I hope I would be brave. I hope I would act. But I also know now what it feels like to have a knife pressed against your face, to feel completely certain that you are about to die, and that knowledge changes you in ways you cannot explain. It has been almost a year now. I still go downtown sometimes, still walk past that alley on Southwest Yamhill. The antique shop is a smoothie place now. The courtyard got cleaned up and turned into a small parking lot. There is no sign that anything ever happened there. No memorial, no marker. Just concrete and brick and the ordinary flow of people going about their lives. But every time I pass it, I think about Valerie. I think about those 2 men, still out there somewhere. And I think about what my dad said, that a man is defined by what he does when no one is watching. On New Year's Eve of 2024, in a dark alley while the whole city looked up at the sky, I found out what kind of man I am. I just wish the answer did not still keep me awake at night. Kayla had been begging me to come to her neighborhood party for weeks. My younger sister moved to a cul-de-sac in suburban Phoenix right after her wedding in 2022, and this was her first time hosting anything bigger than a dinner. New Year's Eve seemed like the perfect occasion, she kept saying, and her neighbor Vic had promised to handle the fireworks. I remember rolling my eyes when she mentioned that part during our phone call. Fireworks in a residential area always made me nervous, but she assured me Vic knew what he was doing. He had connections, she said, worked for some company that did pyrotechnics for events. At 34, I should have trusted my gut more than my little sister's enthusiasm. But she sounded so excited, and I had spent the last 3 New Year's celebrations alone in my apartment with cheap champagne and whatever was streaming. So I drove the 2 hours from Tucson, arriving just as the sun was setting behind the stucco houses and dyeing the whole street this gorgeous shade of burnt orange. The backyard was smaller than I expected, maybe 40 feet deep before it hit a wooden fence that separated my sister's property from the house behind her. Vic had set up his equipment near that fence, which struck me as odd even before I understood what I was looking at. There were these metal racks, almost like ladder frames holding thick cardboard tubes pointed at the sky. A folding table next to them was covered with boxes I could not read from across the yard. Around 30 people milled around on the patchy grass, holding plastic cups and paper plates loaded with appetizers. Tiki torches lined the perimeter, their flames dancing in the slight breeze. My sister ran over the moment she spotted me, wrapping me in a hug that smelled like her vanilla perfume, and the sangria she was clearly already enjoying. She introduced me to a blur of faces I immediately forgot. Neighbors and co-workers and friends of friends, everyone in that buzzing pre-midnight mood where strangers become temporary best friends. I grabbed a drink and tried to relax, but my eyes kept drifting back to those tubes near the fence, counting them. There had to be at least 20. Around 11, Vic started gathering everyone closer to watch him prep the show. He was a stocky guy in his 50s with a gray goatee and a baseball cap that said something about veteran pyrotechnicians. His hands moved with confidence as he checked connections and adjusted angles, and I noticed he was wearing thick leather gloves. That detail should have reassured me, but it did the opposite. If he needed protection, what about the rest of us standing 15 feet away with nothing but flip cups in our hands? I mentioned this to a woman next to me, a redhead named Donna, who lived 3 houses down. She laughed and said Vic did this every year, that he was a total pro. Her 8-year-old son was sitting cross-legged on the grass near the front of the crowd, his face lit up with anticipation. I wanted to suggest she pull him back a bit, but I did not want to be that person, the paranoid guest ruining everyone's fun. So I stayed quiet, sipping my drink, watching Vic move between the racks like a surgeon preparing his instruments. The countdown started at 5 minutes to midnight. Someone had connected a phone to a portable speaker, and we could hear the broadcast from Times Square mixing with the neighborhood noise, other parties on adjacent streets, distant pops and crackles from early fireworks, dogs barking in protest. Kayla found me in the crowd and grabbed my arm, her eyes glassy from the sangria, but her smile so genuine it made me feel guilty for being anxious. She said this was going to be amazing, that Vic had spent over $2,000 on this display. I remember thinking that was insane, that amount of money on something that would last maybe 10 minutes, but then everyone started counting down from 30, and I got swept up in it despite myself. The voices around me grew louder. 20, 15, 10. Vic stood by his setup with a long lighter in his hand, waiting. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The cheering erupted, people hugged and kissed, and Vic touched the flame to the first fuse. The first few shots were beautiful. I will give him that. Golden bursts that spread across the sky like dandelion seeds caught in a wind, followed by crackling red ones that sounded like 1,000 tiny whips snapping at once. Everyone tilted their heads back, mouths open, the colors reflecting in their eyes. I felt myself relaxing a little, thinking maybe I had been ridiculous to worry. Vic moved along the rack with practiced ease, lighting fuses in sequence, stepping back to admire his work before moving to the next. The show was synchronized in a way that felt almost musical, the explosions building on each other in rhythm. I pulled out my phone to record a clip for my social media, something I rarely did, but the display was genuinely impressive. Then came a deeper boom, one of those big mortars that shake your chest from the inside. A purple flower bloomed overhead, and everyone gasped and applauded. Vic raised his fist in triumph. That was when I noticed the rack on the far left had started to tilt. It happened so fast that my brain almost refused to process it. The metal frame leaned maybe 5 degrees, then 10, and before anyone could react, one of the tubes fired. Not up, but sideways, almost parallel to the ground. The mortar shot across the yard like a flaming comet, trailing sparks and smoke, and slammed into the wooden fence about 3 feet to my right. The explosion was nothing like the ones in the sky. This was concentrated, violent, a punch of light and heat that sprayed splinters in every direction. Someone screamed, a sound that cut through the ringing in my ears. I stumbled backward and collided with a man I did not know, both of us nearly falling onto a knocked-over lawn chair. When I looked up, the rack had tilted further, and I could see the next tube in line, its fuse already burning down. It was pointing directly at the crowd. I do not remember making the decision to scream. The sound just ripped out of me, raw and primal. A single word repeated over and over. Move, move, move. People were already stumbling in different directions, but most of them had no idea what was happening. The sky was still exploding with color from the other racks that had not fallen, and the noise was so overwhelming that my warning barely carried. I grabbed the arm of the person closest to me, an older man with a white beard who looked completely disoriented, and yanked him toward the sliding glass door that led into the house. The second mortar fired just as we moved. I heard it more than saw it, a whooshing hiss followed by an impact somewhere behind us. Glass shattered, one of the tiki torches maybe, or a window. The old man tripped on a cooler and went down hard, pulling me with him. My knees hit the concrete patio, and the pain was sharp and immediate. But I forced him up because I could hear another fuse crackling in that terrible countdown rhythm. The backyard had descended into absolute chaos. Folding chairs were everywhere, knocked over by people trying to flee in every direction at once. I saw Donna sprinting toward the side gate with her son in her arms, his face buried against her shoulder. Someone was crying, a high-pitched keening sound that mixed with the ongoing explosions overhead. Vic was shouting something I could not understand, waving his arms near the fallen rack like he could somehow will it back into position. Another mortar launched from the tilted frame, and this one went low and fast, skipping off the grass before detonating against the back wall of the house. Stucco crumbled and rained down in chunks. A window on the second floor shattered outward, spraying glass onto the crowd below. I felt something sting my forearm and looked down to see blood, a thin line where a shard had sliced through my skin. The pain was distant, unreal. All I could think about was finding Kayla. I spotted her near the back door, crouched behind an overturned patio table with two other women. Her eyes found mine across the yard, and even in the strobing light of the fireworks still launching from the upright racks, I could see how terrified she was. Her mouth was forming my name, but no sound reached me through the cacophony. I started moving toward her, staying low, weaving between abandoned chairs and spilled drinks. The grass was slick with something, beer maybe, or the sangria from a shattered pitcher. My foot caught on a power cord and I nearly went down again, catching myself on the edge of a plastic table at the last second. Another mortar fired from the fallen rack, and I watched it arc sideways into the neighbor's yard. The explosion lit up the fence line, and I heard a woman over there start screaming in Spanish. The whole neighborhood was awake now, porch lights flicking on up and down the street, but nobody could help us. The remaining tubes were still loaded, still connected to whatever chain of fuses Vic had rigged, and they were going to keep firing until every last one was spent. I reached Kayla and pulled her into a crouch beside me, both of us pressed against the side of the house where a small overhang offered some protection. Her whole body was trembling, and when she grabbed my hand, her fingers were ice cold despite the warm Arizona night. She kept saying she was sorry over and over, like this was somehow her fault for inviting me. I told her to stop, that we needed to focus, that we needed to get inside the house. The sliding glass door was maybe 15 feet away, but crossing that open space felt like crossing a minefield. I counted the tubes I could still see on the fallen rack. 4, maybe 5. It was hard to tell in the chaos. Each one was a bomb waiting to go off in a random direction. Vic had finally backed away from the equipment, his face pale and slack, all that earlier confidence completely gone. He was just standing there, frozen, while people ran past him toward any exit they could find. I wanted to scream at him, to ask him what kind of professional lets something like this happen, but there was no time. The next fuse was already sparking. I grabbed Kayla by the wrist and we ran. Not toward the sliding door anymore. There were too many people crowding that entrance, pushing and shoving in blind panic. Instead, I pulled her along the side of the house, toward the narrow gate that led to the front yard. The space between the house and the fence was barely wide enough for us to move single file, and I could feel the heat from the explosions radiating off the stucco wall beside me. Another mortar fired behind us and the sound was deafening. A crack followed by a roar that seemed to vibrate through my entire skeleton. Something whizzed past overhead, trailing orange sparks. We burst through the gate and stumbled onto the front lawn just as the last few tubes emptied themselves into the night. From this angle, I could see the damage clearly. The scorched fence, the blackened patch of grass, the smoke pouring from a hole in the side of the house where one of the mortars had punched through. Fire was licking at the edges of that hole, small but growing. Someone was already on the phone with 911. Sirens wailed in the distance, getting closer. The aftermath felt like waking up from a nightmare only to find out everything was real. Paramedics treated 7 people for burns, cuts, and smoke inhalation. Donna's son had a piece of wood embedded in his calf that required surgery. He still walks with a slight limp today. The old man I had dragged to safety suffered a mild heart attack from the stress and spent 3 days in the hospital. Vic faced criminal charges for reckless endangerment and operating unlicensed fireworks in a residential area. Turned out his connections were just a guy he knew who smuggled professional-grade mortars from Mexico, and he had no real training at all. Kayla's house needed over $40,000 in repairs. She sold it 6 months later and moved to a different state. Said she could not stand being in that backyard anymore. I still have a faint scar on my forearm where the glass sliced me, a thin white line that catches the light when I move a certain way. Every New Year's Eve since then, I stay inside with all the curtains drawn. When midnight comes and the fireworks start outside, I put on noise-canceling headphones and turn the television up as loud as it will go. Some sounds you just never want to hear again. January 1st, 2024, started with my pager going off at 6 in the morning. Volunteer firefighting in rural Hendricks County, Indiana had been part of my life for about 3 years at that point, long enough to have seen my share of car wrecks, kitchen fires, and the occasional barn collapse. My wife Shelley groaned next to me in bed, still half asleep from the New Year's Eve party we had hosted the night before. I kissed her forehead, threw on my gear, and drove my pickup through the frozen darkness toward State Road 39. The dispatcher said it was a single vehicle accident, SUV versus a drainage ditch, possible entrapment. Standard stuff for icy roads and hungover drivers who thought they could make it home after celebrating too hard. Having just turned 34 the previous month, I figured I had seen enough of these calls to know exactly what to expect. I remember thinking I would be back in time for breakfast with the kids. When I arrived at the scene, the sun was just starting to bleed pink and orange across the flat Indiana farmland. The SUV, a dark green Ford Explorer, maybe 2018 model, had gone off the road and flipped into the frozen ditch at an ugly angle. Chief Randy Bowman was already there with his truck, along with 2 other volunteers, Cliff Sanger and a newer guy named Pete, who had joined us maybe 6 months prior. The driver was out of the vehicle, sitting on the frozen ground about 15 feet away from the wreck, and I could see blood running down the side of his face even from a distance. He was a white male, maybe mid-40s, wearing a heavy coat and jeans, and he was rocking back and forth slowly like a man in shock. I grabbed my medical bag and started walking toward him, but something about the way Chief Bowman was standing near the SUV made me pause. He had this look on his face, not panic, but something close to confusion mixed with concern, and he waved me over before I could reach the injured driver. "Garrett, come take a look at this," Randy said in a low voice as I approached. He was shining his flashlight into the back of the overturned Explorer, illuminating the cargo area through the shattered rear window. The vehicle was resting on its roof, so everything inside had collapsed downward in a mess of broken glass, loose items, and what looked like camping gear. But there was something else in there too. Something large, wrapped in a blue tarp and secured with bungee cords. The shape was unmistakable even before my brain fully processed what I was seeing. It was roughly 6 feet long, narrower at one end than the other, and the tarp had partially come loose during the crash, revealing what looked like a bare human foot sticking out from beneath the plastic. Pale, waxy, with toenails that had been painted a dark shade of red. I took a step back without meaning to, my boots crunching against the frozen gravel. Randy grabbed my arm and pulled me aside, away from the vehicle, his breath coming out in thick white clouds. "I already called dispatch," he whispered. "Sheriff's on the way, but that's going to be at least 30 minutes, maybe more with these roads." I looked back at the driver, who was still sitting on the ground in that slow rocking motion, blood dripping from a gash somewhere above his hairline. Pete had approached him now and was trying to get him to respond to questions, but the man seemed completely unaware of his surroundings. His eyes were open but vacant, staring at nothing in particular, and his lips were moving slightly like he was talking to himself. Cliff jogged over to where Randy and I were standing, his face flushed from the cold. "What's the situation with the vehicle? We need to check for other passengers or—" Randy cut him off with a sharp shake of his head. "Nobody touches that SUV until the sheriff gets here. We got a situation." He didn't elaborate, but something in his tone made Cliff go quiet immediately. The 4 of us stood there in the growing morning light, the frozen cornfields stretching out in every direction, and I became acutely aware of how isolated we were. The nearest farmhouse was probably half a mile away, and there wasn't another vehicle in sight on the long, straight ribbon of State Road 39. Just us, the overturned Explorer, the bleeding man, and whatever was wrapped in that blue tarp. I told Randy I should at least try to treat the driver's head wound before he bled out or went into shock, and he agreed with a reluctant nod. As a volunteer firefighter with EMT basic certification, stabilizing injured people was part of the job, even when those people might be involved in something criminal. I grabbed my kit and walked over to where Pete was crouching beside the man, trying unsuccessfully to get him to make eye contact. Up close, I could see the driver more clearly now. He was probably 45 or 50, with a thick build and rough hands that suggested manual labor, construction maybe, or farm work. His face was weathered and lined, his hair cut short and streaked with gray, and there was a small scar running through his left eyebrow that looked old, maybe decades old. The gash on his head was about 2 inches long, bleeding steadily but not catastrophically, located just above his right temple. I introduced myself, told him I was there to help, and asked if he could tell me his name. He didn't respond. His lips kept moving in that silent mutter, and when I leaned closer to try to hear what he was saying, I caught fragments of words that didn't quite connect. Something about not supposed to be here, and she made me promise. I cleaned the wound as best I could and applied a pressure bandage while Pete held a flashlight steady. The man didn't flinch, didn't react at all to my touch, which was concerning on its own. Head injuries can do strange things to people, and I had seen accident victims act completely detached from reality before, their brains struggling to process trauma. But there was something different about this guy, something in the way he held his body, rigid, almost defensive, like he was bracing for an attack that hadn't come yet. When I finished with the bandage, I tried again. "Sir, can you tell me what happened? Were you driving alone?" For the first time, his eyes focused, locking onto my face with an intensity that made me want to lean back. His pupils were uneven, which suggested a concussion, but there was awareness behind them now. Real, frightened awareness. "You can't look in there," he said, his voice hoarse and cracked. "Please, you have to understand. You can't look in there." I kept my voice calm, professional, the way we were trained. "Sir, we've already seen what's in the vehicle. The sheriff is on his way. Right now, I need to make sure you're okay." His face crumpled, and for a moment I thought he was going to cry. Instead, he grabbed my wrist with a grip that was surprisingly strong and pulled me closer, his breath sour and metallic from the blood he had swallowed. "She was already dead," he whispered. "I swear to God she was already dead when I found her." I pulled my wrist free and stood up, my heart beating faster than I wanted to admit. Randy had walked over during the exchange and heard the last part, his expression hardening into something unreadable. "Found her where?" he asked, his voice flat and controlled. The driver looked up at him, then back at me, then at Pete like he was calculating something in his damaged head. For a long moment, I thought he was going to shut down again, retreat back into that vacant stare. But instead he started talking, slowly at first, then faster, the words tumbling out in a desperate rush. He said his name was Vernon Hatch, that he lived about 40 miles north in a town called Frankfurt, that he worked as a groundskeeper at a private cemetery outside of Lafayette. He said he had been driving home from a New Year's Eve gathering at his brother's house when he saw the body on the side of the road, just lying there in the frozen grass near a bridge overpass. A woman, young, maybe late 20s, wearing nothing but a thin dress despite the freezing temperature. He said he stopped to check on her and realized immediately that she was dead. No pulse, no breath, her skin already cold and stiff. He panicked. He didn't know why, couldn't explain it even to himself, but something in his brain told him that if he called the police, they would blame him. So he wrapped her in a tarp he had in his truck, loaded her into the back of his SUV, and started driving with no clear destination in mind. That was when he hit the ice patch and lost control. None of us said anything for a long moment after he finished. The sun was fully up now, casting long shadows across the frozen landscape, and I could hear the distant sound of a truck engine somewhere down the road. Vernon Hatch sat there on the frozen ground, his bandaged head drooping, his hands trembling in his lap. His story was insane, the kind of thing that sounded like a lie specifically because no rational person would ever do what he claimed to have done. But there was something in his voice, in the way his eyes kept darting toward the overturned Explorer, that made me wonder. I had dealt with liars before, people who caused accidents and tried to blame road conditions or other drivers or mechanical failures. They usually had a smoothness to them, a practiced quality to their excuses. Vernon didn't have that. He sounded like a man who had made a catastrophic decision in a moment of panic and was only now realizing the full weight of what he had done. Randy crouched down in front of him, his knees popping in the cold air. "You're telling me you found a dead woman on the side of the road, and instead of calling 911, you decided to put her in your vehicle and drive away?" Vernon nodded miserably. "I know how it sounds. I know. But I'm telling you the truth. I didn't hurt her. I didn't even know her. She was just lying there and I didn't know what to do. The sound of the approaching engine grew louder, and I turned to see a Hendricks County Sheriff's cruiser coming down State Road 39, its lights flashing but no siren. Behind it, maybe a quarter-mile back, I could see what looked like an ambulance. Relief washed through me. This was no longer our problem to figure out. Whatever Vernon Hatch had done or hadn't done, it was about to become a matter for people with badges and investigative authority. Deputy Connie Russo stepped out of the cruiser, a tall woman in her early 50s with short gray hair and a face that looked like it had seen every kind of human ugliness over a long career. She took in the scene with quick, practiced eyes. The overturned SUV, the injured man on the ground, the four of us standing around in our firefighter gear looking like we had just witnessed something we couldn't quite process. Randy walked over to meet her, and I watched them have a brief, intense conversation, their breath fogging in the cold air. Deputy Russo's expression didn't change, but I saw her hand move to rest on her holster as she glanced toward Vernon. She said something into her radio, then walked over to where he was sitting and crouched down in front of him, her posture calm but alert. I couldn't hear what she said to him, but I saw Vernon start talking again, his hands gesturing weakly as he repeated his story. The paramedics arrived and started working on Vernon while Deputy Russo walked over to the SUV with Randy and shined her flashlight into the cargo area. I stayed back with Pete and Cliff, the three of us watching in silence as she examined the blue tarp and its contents. After a few minutes, she stood up and made another radio call, her voice too low for me to hear the words, but her tone unmistakably serious. More units were coming. I could tell that much from the way she kept looking down the road, waiting. Pete lit a cigarette with shaking hands and offered me one, but I shook my head. "You think he's telling the truth?" he asked quietly. "About finding her like that?" I didn't have an answer. The whole situation felt surreal, like something from a crime documentary rather than a Tuesday morning in rural Indiana. I kept thinking about that foot sticking out from under the tarp, the dark red nail polish, the waxy pallor of the skin. Somebody's daughter, somebody's sister, maybe somebody's mother. Whoever she was, she had been alive not too long ago. And now she was a body in the back of a wrecked SUV, and the only person who might know what happened to her was a man who claimed he had just been trying to do the right thing in the worst possible way. Over the next hour, the scene transformed into something out of a procedural drama. 2 more sheriff's vehicles arrived, followed by a state police cruiser and a white van from the county coroner's office. Yellow crime scene tape went up around the SUV, and a perimeter was established that pushed us volunteer firefighters to the edge of the action. Vernon Hatch was loaded into the ambulance, still talking to anyone who would listen, his bandaged head turning frantically as Deputy Russo rode along with him. I overheard one of the state troopers mention that they were sending units to check the bridge overpass Vernon had described, about 20 miles north on a county road near the Tippecanoe County line. Randy pulled us together near his truck and told us we were free to go, that our job here was done, but none of us moved right away. There was an unspoken understanding that we had stumbled into something bigger than a simple traffic accident, and walking away felt incomplete somehow. Cliff finally broke the silence by saying he needed to get home to his kids, and Pete muttered something about needing coffee, and slowly we drifted back to our vehicles. I sat in my pickup for a long moment before starting the engine, watching the coroner's team carefully extract the blue tarp from the overturned Explorer. The shape inside was unmistakably human, and even from 50 yards away I could see the stiffness of the limbs, the unnatural angles that only death can create. I drove home in a daze, my mind running through everything I had seen and heard. Shelley was awake when I walked in, making pancakes for our 2 boys, and she took one look at my face and asked what was wrong. I told her it had been a rough call but didn't go into details. Some things you don't bring to the breakfast table, especially not with a 7-year-old and a 5-year-old asking why Daddy looks so tired. I ate mechanically, showered, and tried to sleep. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw that foot sticking out from under the tarp, the dark red polish on the toenails. I kept thinking about Vernon Hatch and his impossible story, the fear in his eyes when he grabbed my wrist, the desperation in his voice when he swore he hadn't hurt her. Part of me wanted to believe him, wanted to believe that he really was just a panicked idiot who made a catastrophic decision on a freezing highway in the middle of the night. But another part of me, the part that had seen the way he avoided looking at the SUV, the way his hands trembled even before I touched his wound, couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story than he was telling. The news broke 2 days later. I was at the fire station doing equipment maintenance when Randy called me into his office and showed me the article on his computer screen. The woman in the tarp had been identified as Marissa Keene, 31 years old, a dental hygienist from West Lafayette, who had been reported missing by her roommate on New Year's Eve. According to the preliminary coroner's report, she had died from blunt force trauma to the head, and the estimated time of death was somewhere between 10 in the evening and 2 in the morning on December 31st, hours before Vernon Hatch claimed to have found her body on the side of the road. The article went on to say that Hatch had been arrested and charged with murder, that investigators had found evidence linking him to the victim, and that he was being held without bail pending further investigation. I read the words twice, 3 times, trying to reconcile them with the man I had treated on that frozen highway. The scared, confused, desperate man who had grabbed my wrist and sworn he was innocent. Randy closed the browser and leaned back in his chair, rubbing his eyes with the heels of his hands. "Hell of a way to start the new year," he said quietly. I nodded but didn't respond. There was nothing to say that would make any of it make sense. The details came out slowly over the following weeks, pieced together from news reports and courtroom documents and the occasional conversation with Deputy Russo, who I ran into at a gas station one evening in late January. Vernon Hatch, it turned out, had known Marissa Keene. They had met at a grief support group in Lafayette about 8 months earlier. Vernon had lost his wife to cancer in 2022, and Marissa had lost her younger brother in a motorcycle accident. According to witnesses from the group, they had formed a friendship that Vernon apparently misinterpreted as something more. When Marissa gently rejected his advances, he became obsessive, showing up at her workplace, sending dozens of text messages, leaving notes on her car. She had filed for a restraining order just 2 weeks before her death, but it hadn't been processed yet. On New Year's Eve, investigators believed, Vernon followed her from a party she had attended with friends, forced her off the road near that bridge overpass, and killed her in a rage. The tarp, the bungee cords, the whole elaborate story about finding her body. It was all a desperate attempt to create an alibi that fell apart the moment he lost control of his SUV on the ice. Vernon Hatch was convicted of first-degree murder in September of that year and sentenced to life without parole. I didn't attend the trial, but I followed it in the news, reading every article I could find like I was searching for something that would help me understand. The thing that haunts me even now isn't the image of that foot sticking out from under the tarp, or the way Marissa Keene's family wept in the courtroom when the verdict was read. It's the way Vernon looked at me on that frozen highway, the way he grabbed my wrist and begged me to believe him. In that moment, I did believe him. I looked into his eyes and saw what I thought was genuine terror, genuine confusion, and I felt sorry for him. I've been a volunteer firefighter long enough to think I can read people, to trust my instincts about who's telling the truth and who's lying. But Vernon Hatch fooled me completely. He sat there with blood running down his face and told me a story so absurd that it almost sounded true, and I bought it. I think about that sometimes when I respond to calls now, when I'm treating someone at an accident scene or a house fire and they're telling me what happened. I think about how easy it is to believe someone who seems scared, who seems vulnerable, who seems like a victim. And I remember that the real victim that morning was wrapped in a blue tarp in the back of an overturned SUV, silent and cold, while her killer sat 15 feet away convincing me he was innocent. That's what stays with me. That's what I can't forget. The knowledge that I looked evil in the face and felt nothing but sympathy. Celebrating my birthday on December 31st always felt like a blessing and a curse. On one hand, the whole world throws a party. On the other, good luck getting anyone to focus on you when fireworks and champagne are involved. By 2024, after graduating college in 2017 and spending years building a career in marketing, I figured I deserved one night of real celebration. My friend Heather had been raving about this upscale nightclub downtown called Velour for months. One of those places where the cocktails cost $20 and the bouncers wear earpieces like Secret Service agents. She convinced me that ringing in the new year there would be the perfect way to mark another trip around the sun. I spent $200 on a sequined dress and another $50 on heels I could barely walk in. Heather picked me up around 10, and we arrived just as the line was wrapping around the block. The bass from inside vibrated through the concrete, and I remember thinking this was exactly what I needed. The interior of Velour matched every expectation I had built in my head. Crystal chandeliers hung from vaulted ceilings, casting prismatic light across a dance floor packed with bodies moving in synchronized chaos. VIP sections were roped off with velvet, occupied by people who looked like they belonged in magazine spreads. Heather grabbed my wrist and pulled me toward the main bar, where 3 bartenders in matching black vests were shaking cocktails like performers. I ordered a single vodka cranberry, my only drink of the night, wanting to stay sharp enough to actually remember the countdown. Heather disappeared into the crowd around 11, chasing after some guy she recognized from her spin class, and I found a spot near one of the tall tables overlooking the dance floor. The music was loud, the energy electric, and I felt genuinely happy for the first time in months. I checked my phone, saw it was 11:42, and started scanning the room for Heather so we could find a good spot for midnight. That was when a man in a server uniform approached my table carrying a tray with a single champagne flute. He was tall, maybe 6'2", with a shaved head and a jawline sharp enough to cut glass. His uniform matched the other staff members perfectly: black vest, white dress shirt, even the little gold pin on his collar that said Velour in cursive script. He smiled and placed the glass in front of me, leaning in close to be heard over the music. "Complimentary champagne for the countdown," he said, gesturing vaguely toward the bar. I thanked him without a second thought. This was exactly the kind of thing upscale clubs did, especially on New Year's Eve. He nodded once and disappeared into the crowd before I could even ask if he had seen a redhead in a green dress, which was Heather. The champagne looked expensive, with tiny bubbles rising in perfect columns, and I brought it to my lips without hesitation. The first sip tasted slightly bitter, which I attributed to whatever high-end brand they were pouring. I took another small sip and set the glass down, turning my attention back to the dance floor. 11:47. The DJ was building toward something, layering beats that made the whole room pulse like a single living organism. I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me, subtle at first, like standing up too fast. I gripped the edge of the table and blinked hard, trying to focus. The light seemed brighter, the music louder, and the faces around me started to blur at the edges. My legs felt heavy, as if someone had filled my shoes with wet sand. I had experienced tipsy before, and this was not that. 1 vodka cranberry and 2 sips of champagne should not have done this to me. My vision started narrowing, the periphery going dark like someone was slowly closing curtains on either side of my eyes. I fumbled for my phone, but my fingers felt thick and clumsy, disconnected from my brain. I needed to move. I needed to find Heather, find a security guard, find anyone who could help me. I pushed myself away from the table and immediately stumbled, catching myself on the arm of a stranger who barely glanced at me, before turning back to his conversation. The room was spinning now, not dramatically like in movies, but in slow tilts that made every step feel like walking on a ship in rough waters. I aimed for the restrooms, remembering they were near the back hallway, past the second bar. People bumped into me constantly, too absorbed in their own celebrations to notice a woman struggling to stay upright. The countdown clock on the main screen showed 11:51, 9 minutes until the new year. 9 minutes until everyone would be screaming and kissing and completely oblivious to anything else happening around them. I made it maybe 20 feet before 2 men appeared on either side of me, one grabbing my elbow and the other placing a hand on my lower back. "Hey, there she is," the one on my left said loudly, his voice carrying a practiced cheerfulness that made my stomach turn. "We have been looking everywhere for you." He was shorter than the man who gave me the champagne, stocky with a thick neck and a goatee that looked like it had been drawn on with a marker. The other one was younger, maybe mid-20s, with sandy hair and a polo shirt that screamed fraternity alumni. They moved in perfect coordination, guiding me toward the back of the club like they had done this 100 times before. I tried to pull away, but my arm felt like it belonged to someone else. "She always does this," the younger one said to a couple who glanced our way, shaking his head with an exasperated smile. "Too much champagne, you know how it is." The couple laughed and returned to their drinks. Nobody questioned it. Nobody asked if I was okay. It was New Year's Eve, and everyone assumed I was just another drunk girl being helped home by her friends. Somewhere deep in the fog, clouding my brain, a survival instinct kicked in. I remembered reading somewhere that you should make a scene, be loud, be difficult, because predators rely on compliance. I planted my heels into the floor as hard as I could, which was not very hard given my condition, and let out a sound that was meant to be a scream, but came out more like a strangled moan. The stocky one tightened his grip on my elbow, his fingers digging in hard enough to leave bruises I would find the next morning. "Easy now," he muttered close to my ear, his breath hot and smelling like whiskey. "You are making a scene." I saw the restroom sign glowing maybe 15 feet ahead and made a decision. I went completely limp, letting my body drop like dead weight. The move caught them off guard, and for a split second their grip loosened. I threw myself sideways, crashing into a group of women in matching silver dresses who shrieked and spilled their drinks everywhere. The chaos gave me just enough cover to crawl on my hands and knees, toward the bathroom door. I do not remember pushing the door open. I do not remember locking myself in the handicap stall at the far end. What I remember is pressing my back against the cold tile wall and fumbling with my phone, my vision swimming so badly that the screen looked like it was underwater. I managed to pull up the number for the club, which I had saved earlier in case Heather and I got separated. A woman answered on the third ring, barely audible over the music bleeding through the line. "I need security," I said, or at least I tried to say. The words came out slurred and broken. "Someone drugged me. 2 men, trying to take me out." There was a pause, then her voice sharpened. "Where are you right now?" "Bathroom," I managed. "Back hallway." "Stay there," she said. "Do not move. Do not open the door for anyone except security. They will knock 3 times and say the word midnight." I slid down the wall until I was sitting on the floor, my sequined dress bunched up around my thighs, and I waited. The bathroom door opened twice while I sat there. The first time, I heard heels clicking on tile and 2 women laughing about someone named Brad who had apparently kissed the wrong girl at the bar. They fixed their makeup, complained about the line, and left without ever knowing I was 10 feet away fighting to stay conscious. The second time was worse. The door creaked open slowly, and there were no voices, no heels, just the soft thud of flat shoes on tile. I held my breath, which was difficult because my lungs felt like they were wrapped in plastic. The footsteps moved methodically, stopping at each stall. I watched the shadow pass under the gap at the bottom of my door, a dark shape that paused for just a moment too long. Then a knock. Not 3 knocks. Just one, slow and deliberate. I pressed my hand over my mouth to keep from making any sound. The shadow lingered, and I could hear breathing on the other side of the door, patient and unhurried. Then the main bathroom door burst open and a woman's voice cut through the silence like a blade. "Security, we are clearing the restroom." The shadow retreated instantly, footsteps quick and light, disappearing out the door before the security team could fully enter. I heard a woman's voice call out, asking if anyone needed assistance, and I finally let myself speak. "In here," I croaked. "Back stall." The lock clicked open from the outside, and I found myself staring up at a woman in a black polo with security printed across the chest in white letters. She was built like someone who had played college softball, broad shoulders and arms that looked like they could throw a punch without thinking twice. Behind her stood a man with a shaved head and a radio crackling on his hip. The woman crouched down to my level, her eyes scanning my face with a clinical efficiency that made me feel both safe and terrified. "Can you tell me what happened?" I told her everything I could remember, my words still thick and clumsy. The champagne, the man in the server uniform, the 2 men who tried to take me outside. She exchanged a look with her partner that told me this was not the first time they had heard a story like mine. They brought me to a back office, a small room cluttered with monitors showing feeds from cameras positioned throughout the club. The countdown had already happened while I was on the bathroom floor, and confetti still drifted through the main room like glitter snow. A manager named Vince, a heavy-set man with kind eyes and a receding hairline, sat me down with a bottle of water and started pulling up footage. The female security guard, whose name was Jackie, stayed by my side the entire time. Within minutes, they found him. The man in the server uniform appeared on camera at 11:38, walking through a service entrance near the loading dock. He was not on the employee roster. He had acquired a staff wristband from somewhere, probably stolen it off a real server, and had walked through the back hallways like he belonged there. On another monitor, they tracked him moving through the crowd, champagne flute in hand, stopping at my table for less than 30 seconds before vanishing again. Vince rewound and zoomed in, and I saw it clearly. The moment before he approached me, he pulled a small vial from his pocket and tipped something into the glass. But what made me feel truly sick was the footage from the back exit. Starting around 11:50, the same man appeared on the camera covering the rear door, the one that led to the alley behind the club. He checked the handle. He looked at his phone. He paced a few steps away, then came back. Every 2 or 3 minutes he repeated this pattern, his eyes fixed on the door like a predator waiting at a watering hole. The timestamp in the corner ticked past midnight, past 12:15, past 12:30. He only left when a delivery truck pulled into the alley at 12:42, headlights flooding the area and forcing him to retreat into the shadows and eventually out of frame. The 2 men who had tried to escort me out of the club never appeared on that camera. Jackie told me they had probably been stationed inside to guide targets toward the exit, while the man outside handled whatever came next. Targets. She used that word like it was routine, like they had a whole system figured out. The police arrived around 1 in the morning. 2 detectives, a man and a woman, took my statement, while a paramedic checked my vitals and drew blood to confirm what everyone already knew. They found traces of gamma-hydroxybutyrate in my system, the same substance that shows up in dozens of cases like mine every year. Heather finally appeared around 1:30. Mascara streaked down her face, sobbing and apologizing for disappearing. I did not have the energy to be angry with her. The detectives told me they would pull the footage, run facial recognition, do everything they could. But their tone carried a weight I recognized, the kind of professional pessimism that comes from working too many cases that go nowhere. The men knew how to avoid being identified. They wore no distinctive clothing, had no visible tattoos, and the camera angles never captured a clear shot of the tall one's face. The wristband had been reported stolen by a server who noticed it missing around 10:45, but assumed he had simply misplaced it in the chaos of the night. These men had done this before. They would probably do it again. I spent New Year's Day in bed, curtains drawn, jumping at every sound from the hallway outside my apartment. Heather stayed with me for 3 days straight, sleeping on my couch and checking the locks every few hours. The bruises on my arm turned purple, then yellow, then faded into nothing. The police called twice over the following weeks, once to confirm the toxicology results, and once to tell me they had not been able to identify any of the 3 men. The case went cold, filed away with hundreds of others just like it. I still think about that night, about the single knock on the bathroom stall door and the breathing on the other side. I think about the man waiting by the back exit, checking his phone, patient as a spider in a web. Sometimes I wonder if he found someone else that night after I escaped, someone who did not make it to the bathroom in time. I do not go to clubs anymore. I do not accept drinks I did not watch being poured. And every December 31st, while the rest of the world celebrates, I stay home with the doors locked and the lights on, grateful to be alive and terrified of the people who tried to make sure I would not be. New Year's Eve has always been my excuse to stay indoors. While everyone else floods the streets and packs into bars, I prefer the quiet of my own apartment. a modest two-bedroom unit on the third floor of a building in a working-class neighborhood just outside of Houston. My sister Vicky keeps telling me I need to get out more, that turning 34 means nothing if I spend every holiday like a hermit. But after 10 years working as an HVAC technician, crawling through attics and dealing with people's broken units all day, the last thing I want is to squeeze into some overcrowded venue with strangers screaming in my ear. That Wednesday night, December 31st, 2023, felt like any other quiet celebration to me. I had invited my buddy Jerome and his wife Patty over for some food, a few beers, and whatever countdown show was playing on TV. Nothing fancy, nothing wild, just three people in their 30s acting their age for once. My apartment sat on Ridgecrest Drive, a street that got louder every year as the neighborhood changed, but I figured the noise would die down by 1 or 2 in the morning like it always did. Jerome and Patty left around 12:30, right after we watched the ball drop and clinked our bottles together. Patty had to work an early shift at the hospital the next morning, so they didn't stick around long. I remember standing at my door, waving them off as they walked down the outdoor corridor toward the stairwell, their footsteps echoing against the concrete. The air outside was thick with the smell of gunpowder and barbecue smoke, and I could hear fireworks popping somewhere in the distance, or at least what I assumed were fireworks. That distinction would matter a lot more in about 20 minutes. I closed the door, locked the deadbolt, and started gathering up the paper plates and empty bottles from my coffee table. My TV was still on, some post-midnight coverage showing celebrations in Times Square, and I had this peaceful feeling in my chest like the night had gone exactly as planned. I carried the trash into the kitchen, tossed it in the bin under the sink, and grabbed a wet rag to wipe down the counter. Everything was calm, everything was normal, and I had no idea that my ceiling was about to explode. I was wiping down the kitchen counter when I heard the first crack. It wasn't like a firework. Fireworks have that whistling buildup, that theatrical pause before the boom. This was sharp, sudden, like someone snapping a thick branch right above my head. I looked up at the ceiling just in time to see a chunk of drywall the size of my fist come loose and tumble down onto my living room carpet. Dust puffed up from the impact, little white particles floating in the glow of my floor lamp. For a second, I just stood there with the wet rag in my hand, trying to process what I was seeing. My first thought was that something had fallen on the roof, maybe a piece of debris from a firework or some drunk idiot throwing something off a balcony. But then I noticed the hole. A small, dark puncture in the ceiling surrounded by cracked plaster, perfectly round, like someone had driven a nail through from the apartment above. Except there was no apartment above me. I lived on the top floor, and above my ceiling was nothing but roofing material and open Texas sky. I walked over slowly, my brain still not catching up to what my eyes were telling me. The debris on the carpet wasn't just drywall. There was something else mixed in. Something small and metallic glinting under the lamplight. I crouched down and saw it clearly. A bullet, deformed and flattened on one side, sitting right there on my beige carpet like it belonged there. I picked it up without thinking, and the heat surprised me so much that I almost dropped it. The metal was warm, not burning hot, but definitely warm. The kind of temperature you feel when you grab a coffee mug that's been sitting out for 10 minutes. My mind raced through possibilities. A gun accident in a neighboring building, some kind of malfunction, maybe a hunter somewhere outside the city limits. None of it made sense. I was standing in my own living room holding a bullet that had just fallen from my ceiling. And outside, I could still hear what sounded like 100 firecrackers going off in every direction. That's when the second shot came through. This one was closer. Way closer. The crack was louder, more violent, and a spray of white dust erupted from the ceiling maybe 6 feet to my left, right above the edge of my couch. I watched in horror as a second chunk of drywall broke loose and crashed onto the cushions, followed by another bullet that bounced off the armrest and rolled onto the floor. My body finally caught up to my brain, and I dropped to my knees behind the kitchen island, pressing my back against the cabinets. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat, in my temples, in my fingertips. Someone was shooting at my apartment. That was the only thought I could form. Someone was shooting at my apartment, and I had no idea who or why. I pressed myself lower, trying to make myself as small as possible, my cheek against the cold tile floor. The popcorn ceiling above me suddenly looked like a minefield, every inch of it a potential entry point for the next round. I could hear more pops outside, more cracks, more explosions that I now knew weren't fireworks at all. I fumbled for my phone in my pocket, my fingers clumsy and uncooperative. The screen lit up and I dialed 911, pressing the phone hard against my ear while keeping my body flat behind the island. It rang 4 times before someone picked up, and the voice on the other end sounded exhausted, overwhelmed like they'd already answered 1,000 calls that night. I tried to explain what was happening. Bullets coming through my ceiling, 2 shots already, I'm hiding in my kitchen. But the words came out jumbled and frantic. The dispatcher asked for my address and I gave it to her, spelling out Ridgecrest Drive twice because she couldn't hear me over the noise in the background on her end. Then she said something that made my entire body go cold. She told me that they were receiving dozens of calls about gunfire across the city, that officers were stretched thin responding to shootings and accidents, and that it might be 30 to 40 minutes before anyone could get to my location. 30 to 40 minutes. I was lying on my kitchen floor with bullets punching through my roof, and the best they could offer was maybe an hour. The dispatcher told me to stay low and stay away from windows, like I needed instructions on how to not get shot. She said she'd keep my call logged as a priority, but I could hear the doubt in her voice, the resignation of someone who knew the system was failing in real time. I thanked her anyway and hung up, then immediately called Jerome. He picked up on the second ring, his voice groggy like he'd already fallen asleep in the car ride home. I told him what was happening, speaking fast and low, and I heard Patty gasp in the background when she understood. Jerome wanted to come back, wanted to drive over right then. But I told him no. The streets were chaos. People were firing guns into the air everywhere. And the last thing I needed was my best friend catching a stray bullet on his way to save me. He made me promise to keep texting him every few minutes, to let him know I was still okay. I promised, even though I had no idea if I would be okay, if any of us would be okay, if this nightmare would ever end. I army crawled from the kitchen toward the hallway, keeping my body as flat as possible against the tile. My bathroom was at the end of the hall, a small, windowless room with a cast-iron bathtub that my landlord had never bothered to replace. In that moment, that old ugly tub seemed like the safest place in the world, surrounded by walls on all sides, no ceiling exposure to the roof, just solid porcelain and iron between me and whatever was falling from the sky. I pulled myself along the floor, my elbows burning against the rough surface, my breath coming in short, ragged bursts. Another crack echoed somewhere outside, followed by a whoop of celebration and more gunfire. I realized then what was happening, why the bullets were coming down at random angles, why the police couldn't stop it. It wasn't a shooting in the traditional sense. It was celebratory gunfire. People all over the neighborhood, maybe all over the city, firing their pistols straight up into the air to ring in the new year. And what goes up, as they say, must come down. Every bullet that left those barrels was arcing through the night sky and falling back to earth with enough force to punch through roofing material, through drywall, through flesh and bone if you were unlucky enough to be in its path. I made it to the bathroom and climbed into the tub, pulling myself over the cold porcelain edge and curling up at the bottom like a child hiding from a thunderstorm. The cast iron pressed against my spine, hard and unforgiving, but I didn't care. I lay there in the dark, staring up at the bathroom ceiling, listening to the chaos outside. Every pop made me flinch. Every crack sent a jolt of adrenaline through my system. I kept my phone clutched against my chest, the screen lighting up every few minutes with texts from Jerome asking if I was still alive. I typed back one-word responses. Yes, okay, still here. Because I couldn't manage anything more. Time moved strangely in that bathtub. Minutes felt like hours, and hours felt like days. I could hear music playing from somewhere down the street, bass thumping through the walls, people laughing and shouting like the world wasn't raining bullets. At one point, I heard a woman scream, a sharp piercing sound that cut through everything else, and I pressed my palms over my ears and squeezed my eyes shut and prayed it wasn't what I thought it was. The third bullet came through around 1:15 in the morning. I heard it hit somewhere in the apartment, A distant thud followed by the familiar sound of debris falling. I didn't move from the bathtub. I couldn't move. My legs had gone numb from the awkward position, and my back was screaming from being pressed against the hard surface for so long, but none of that mattered. I just lay there, counting the seconds between each burst of gunfire outside, trying to calculate how many more rounds might be headed my way. I thought about my mom, who lived alone in a single-story house on the other side of town, and wondered if she was safe. I thought about Jerome and Patty, probably home by now, probably lying in their bed unable to sleep. I thought about all the New Year's Eves I had spent complaining about the noise, rolling my eyes at the reckless idiots shooting their guns into the air, never once imagining that I would end up cowering in my bathtub while their bullets punched holes through my home. The gunfire outside seemed to come in waves, intense barrages followed by brief moments of quiet, then building up again like a storm that refused to pass. Somewhere around 2:30, the shooting started to slow down. The gaps between bursts grew longer, the pops more scattered, the whoops and cheers less frequent. I stayed in the tub anyway, not trusting the silence, not trusting anything. My phone battery had dropped to 12%, and I watched it tick down with growing anxiety, knowing that if something else happened, I might not be able to call for help. At 3 in the morning, I finally heard sirens, not coming to my building, but somewhere nearby, maybe a block or two over. I wondered if someone had been hit, if that woman's scream I heard earlier had been more than just fear. I wondered how many people across the city were lying in bathtubs just like me, or hiding under beds, or pressing themselves flat against floors while the sky rained metal. The thought made me feel less alone and more terrified at the same time. By 3:30, the gunfire had mostly stopped, replaced by the distant wail of ambulances and the occasional bark of a dog. I waited another 30 minutes before I trusted myself to move, my muscles stiff and aching as I pulled myself up and over the edge of the tub. I walked through my apartment like a survivor, surveying the wreckage after a natural disaster. The living room was covered in a thin layer of white dust from the ceiling damage. I found 3 holes total, one above the carpet where the first bullet came through, one above the couch from the second, and a third near my bedroom door that I hadn't even heard happen. The bullets themselves were scattered across the floor, small deformed pieces of metal that had traveled through the night sky before crashing into my life. I picked them up one by one and dropped them into a glass jar on my kitchen counter, my hands still trembling from the adrenaline that hadn't fully left my system. The police finally showed up around 4:15, 2 exhausted officers who took photos of the damage and filled out a report that I knew would go nowhere. They told me that dozens of people had called in similar complaints, that at least 3 people in the greater Houston area had been hit by stray bullets that night, including a teenager who was in critical condition at Memorial Hermann. They gave me a case number and a pamphlet about victim services and wished me a happy new year on their way out the door. I moved out of that apartment 6 weeks later, broke my lease, paid the penalty, and found a ground floor unit in a quieter part of town where the neighbors are mostly retirees and young families. My landlord tried to charge me for the ceiling repairs, but I threatened to go to the local news with photos of the bullet holes, and he backed off pretty quick. Jerome helped me pack up my stuff, and when we carried the last box down to the moving truck, I looked up at my old living room window and felt nothing but relief. I still have those 3 bullets in that glass jar, sitting on a shelf in my new place like some kind of morbid souvenir. People ask me about them sometimes, and I tell them the story, and they always react the same way. Disbelief first, then horror. Then that uncomfortable silence that comes when someone realizes how close you came to not being here anymore. My sister Vicky says I should throw them away, that keeping them is unhealthy, but I disagree. I keep them because I need to remember how random it all was, how easily one of those rounds could have come through while I was standing up instead of crouching down. New Year's Eve came around again this past December, and I spent it at my mom's house on the other side of town, far from the neighborhoods where people still think firing guns into the air is a celebration. We watched the countdown on our old television, drank sparkling cider because she doesn't keep alcohol in the house, and when midnight hit, I flinched at every distant pop I heard outside. She noticed, of course. Moms always notice. and she put her hand on my arm and told me I was safe. I wanted to believe her, I really did. But the truth is, I don't think I'll ever hear fireworks the same way again. Every crack, every boom, every whistle sends my mind back to that bathtub, to those hours spent curled up against cold porcelain while the world fell apart above me. I survived that night by pure luck, nothing more. The bullets that came through my ceiling could have hit me just as easily as they hit the drywall. And somewhere out there, the people who fired those shots probably don't even know what they did. They probably woke up the next morning with hangovers and empty magazines, and no idea that their celebration almost ended my life. That's the part that haunts me the most. Not the fear, not the helplessness, but the randomness of it all. The complete and total randomness. The last night of that year still sits in my memory with this strange mix of excitement and static, like a song that cuts out right before the best part. I'd headed downtown with my friend Marissa because neither of us wanted to spend New Year's Eve alone in our apartments again. The city had turned the main square into this giant glowing stage, packed with food trucks, metallic confetti drifting over everyone's heads, and a countdown timer projected against a building that reflected the lights like a cracked mirror. I remember feeling almost weightless from the noise and the closeness of people leaning shoulder to shoulder, just trying to see the fireworks better. At that moment, everything felt safe, crowded, but safe. Marissa kept tugging at my sleeve, pointing at strangers' ridiculous hats or couples rehearsing kisses too early. We laugh the way you laugh when you're trying to convince yourself the year will be different just because the clock says so. The countdown hit 0, and the square erupted with a roar so loud it felt like the air thickened around us. People jumped, hugged, screamed, and that huge surge of bodies moved in every direction at once. Marissa and I lifted our phones to film, trying not to poke anyone in the eye, while fireworks exploded behind the skyscrapers in colors so bright they washed out the whole sky. It took maybe 2 minutes for the happy chaos to shift into something far more frantic. The crowd started pushing toward the metro entrance we needed to reach, and our steps got pulled into that tide whether we wanted them to or not. Marissa was right in front of me, literally an arm's length, her hair full of glitter, her silver scarf trailing like a tail behind her. I kept my eyes on that scarf because it became the only anchor I had in the movement. By the time we reached the sidewalk near the metro steps, that anchor slipped. A group surged between us, drunk and loud, and bodies shuttled us apart in this jittery sideways motion I couldn't control. I tried calling her name, but the fireworks drowned everything out. I could still see the top of her head, but the stream of people pushed her forward faster than me, almost funneling her toward the entrance. It didn't feel threatening, just messy, so I figured she was getting carried ahead and would wait for me downstairs. My boot slid slightly on crushed confetti, and someone bumped my shoulder hard enough to tilt my balance. When I regained it, her silver scarf was nowhere in sight. Still, that didn't alarm me yet. It was New Year's Eve. People were basically a living river at that point. Inside the station, the atmosphere felt tighter, like the walls were amplifying every leftover shout and every echo from the street above. Trains were pulling in and out non-stop, trying to move crowds before things turned into another headline about injuries near the square. I stepped into the first car that opened, scanning faces quickly, expecting to see Marissa waving me over with that mocking, "took you long enough" expression she always used. Instead, my phone buzzed right as the doors were about to close. The message preview lit up my screen in this stark white box that didn't match the celebration at all. It was from Marissa, sent seconds earlier, and it read, "Someone's pulling me, help." The doors slid shut in front of me before I could step out. The train lurched forward, but my mind barely registered the movement. That message didn't match the tone of anything we'd lived in the past hour, and the wording hit me with this sharp clarity that cut through the leftover excitement. I squeezed past a couple leaning against the pole and hit the emergency intercom before I could second-guess myself. My voice came out too loud, telling the operator I needed to get off at the next stop immediately. People stared, but no one asked what was happening. Everyone looked exhausted from the crowd. When the train stopped, I pushed through the doors the second they opened and sprinted up the escalator 2 steps at a time, my heart slamming against my ribs in a messy rhythm that had nothing to do with panic attacks and everything to do with the fact that Marissa wasn't answering a single call. Outside, the fireworks were still echoing across the downtown buildings, masking sirens and shouts from somewhere close. When I reached the street level, the police presence had doubled. Officers were guiding injured people toward makeshift aid stations, and I overheard someone mention crush injuries near the center of the square. That only added to the mess in my head, but I forced myself to retrace our route as precisely as I could. Every block looked slightly distorted, as if the combination of smoke, confetti, and leftover bursts of light had thrown a filter over the city. I followed the path we'd carved through the crowd earlier, checking the ground for anything familiar. A glove, a hat, a metallic noisemaker. None of it mattered. None of it was hers. My brain kept clinging to the last clear image I had of her. That silver scarf dragging lightly against the pavement as she pushed toward the metro steps. It took me several minutes to reach the spot where we'd been separated, and that's when I noticed a shape on the ground that hadn't been there before. The scarf lay half crumpled near the side of a maintenance doorway built into the station wall. The metal door was supposed to stay locked. Every local knew that. Yet it sat slightly ajar as if someone had nudged it with their foot while passing through. The scarf looked like it had been dropped mid-movement, not placed gently. I crouched and picked it up, and there was this faint smell of the cologne she'd been wearing earlier, mixed with something damp and metallic that didn't fit the night at all. I called her again, straight to voicemail. Something in my chest tightened, and I backed away just enough to catch a breath before leaning toward the doorway. Inside the narrow opening, a sliver of yellow light flickered, the kind produced by old bulbs that hum louder than they shine. The passage led downward, not deep, but enough that the sounds of the street faded into a muffled roar. A sign on the wall read, "Authorized personnel only," and the paint was peeling like bark off a dying tree. I hesitated because stepping in felt like breaking a boundary the city had drawn on purpose. But the scarf was still in my hand, and the message on my phone hadn't magically changed. I slipped through the doorway, keeping one hand on the wall because the floor slanted unevenly. The deeper I went, the more the tunnel carried this sharp smell of dust and wet concrete, and something else, something that reminded me of a basement after a flood. The tunnel curved left, then right, like it had been added in pieces over the years without any real planning. As I walked, the noise from above dissolved completely, replaced by the echo of my own footsteps bouncing off the walls in uneven patterns. That echo wasn't consistent, though. Every few seconds there was a second sound trailing mine, not synchronized, not repeated in the same rhythm. It felt like someone ahead of me was adjusting their pace on purpose. I kept calling Marissa's name, but the tunnel swallowed my voice, smothering the edges of it. The air grew heavier as I moved deeper, and the yellow bulbs blinked more frequently, making the whole place pulse like a heartbeat I wasn't part of. Eventually, the narrow passage opened into a larger service room filled with old equipment and cables, coiled across the floor like abandoned ropes. In the center of the room, a utility cart sat turned on its side, and behind it was a small alcove, no wider than a closet. I saw movement, tiny, hesitant, like someone pulling their hand away from the light. When I stepped closer, something shifted inside the alcove and a person rushed out, stumbling into me with so much force that we both slid across the dusty floor. It was Marissa. Her eyes were wide and unfocused, her voice scratchy from screaming in a place where no one could hear her. She kept saying someone had grabbed her wrist in the crowd and steered her toward the doorway, guiding her with this unsettling confidence, like they'd done it before. Before I could make sense of any of it, a shadow moved in the far corner of the room, a figure stepping back into darkness the moment our eyes met. The outline was tall, shoulders stiff, posture deliberate. Whoever it was didn't run. They simply retreated into a side passage with the slow certainty of someone who knew the layout far better than we did. I grabbed Marissa's arm, and we bolted in the opposite direction, retracing our steps through the tunnel as fast as our legs allowed. When we reached the doorway, 2 transit officers were already there, alerted by a station tech who'd seen the door open on his monitors. They pulled us out, locked the entrance, and called for backup, while Marissa tried explaining what had happened in broken, trembling sentences. Hours later, after statements, after medical checks, after far too many questions, one of the officers told us something that has stayed with me ever since. Security footage from the metro entrances showed multiple individuals being subtly redirected toward that same locked doorway throughout the night. The person doing it blended perfectly into the crowd each time, never touching anyone long enough to draw attention. They waited for moments when fireworks exploded, when the crowd surged, when no one was looking at anything except the sky. The police never found the person in the tunnel. They searched every inch before sealing it permanently, welding the door shut so no one could enter again. Marissa and I moved out of the city a few months later, and to this day, we don't talk about that night unless someone asks why we never attend public countdowns anymore. I still have her scarf folded in a drawer, and even now I check every doorway near a station before I walk past it. The drive home after the New Year fireworks usually felt like a small ritual for us. Windows cracked open to let out the smell of sparklers, heater buzzing, and my daughter half asleep in the back seat with one of her boots off. That night, though, the road cutting past the old industrial lots seemed darker than usual, like the streetlights were taking turns failing. I remember leaning forward in my seat, trying to make sense of the shapes outside while my brother, Mark, joked about how the town somehow looked older every year. We weren't in a hurry, just easing our way back after visiting relatives, still carrying that warm, tired feeling you get when the night went longer than planned. Nothing about that moment hinted that things were about to take such a sharp turn. The quiet in the car was almost comforting until Mark muttered something and tapped the brakes. At first, I thought he had slowed down because of debris on the shoulder, maybe some leftover fireworks or a bag that fell from someone's truck. But as the headlights stretched farther across the pavement, a shape stood out, too still, too human. The figure lay close to the gravel line, one arm bent under the body, and the other stretched out like they'd been trying to reach the grass. My chest tightened as I leaned closer, half afraid of seeing a face. The person's jacket had this strange, reflective strip that caught the light, not the kind used on work coats, more like one someone had sewn on themselves. Mark didn't say a word for a solid 5 seconds, just gripping the wheel with this tense calm that only appeared when he was trying not to scare the rest of us. When he pulled onto the shoulder, the car rolled to a stop with a slow crunch of gravel, and I could feel that eerie stillness sink in, the kind that makes every small sound seem louder. The air outside looked thick, almost muffled, and the only movement came from the blinking hazard lights reflecting off bits of broken pavement. Mark told me to stay in the car while he called emergency services, but I stepped out anyway, keeping a few feet behind him. The person on the ground didn't move at all, not even a twitch. There was this odd detail I can't shake. One of their shoes was several feet away, resting upright as if someone had set it down deliberately. Mark kept his voice steady while talking to dispatch, but the way he kept glancing around made it clear he sensed something wrong lurking beneath the surface of what we were seeing. By the time the first patrol car arrived, the officer barely had to look twice before asking us to step back. He walked along the shoulder with a flashlight angled low, sweeping slow, like he expected the ground to tell him a story. It didn't take long for him to find the tire marks, deep, curved impressions cutting across the gravel in a pattern that didn't match a simple accident. Another officer showed up, then a third, and soon they were moving with that clipped urgency people get when they realize they're not dealing with a random tragedy. One of them asked if we'd heard anything earlier, an engine revving, a shout, anything. But the night had been quiet besides the last echo of fireworks. When they told us it looked deliberate, the weight of it settled in so suddenly that even Mark stopped trying to keep his composure for my sake. The neighborhood surrounding that stretch of road slowly came alive as word spread that police were investigating something serious. People stepped out onto porches still wearing party hats, jackets thrown over pajamas, champagne flutes in hand. I remember a woman with a bright red scarf wrapped twice around her neck pointing down the street and telling an officer she'd heard a truck tearing through just after midnight. She described the engine as strained, like someone pushing it harder than it could handle. Another neighbor, an older man leaning heavily on a cane, mentioned seeing headlights swerving near the stop sign moments before disappearing into the dark. The officers marked every detail down, but the way they exchanged glances made it clear these accounts were aligning in a way they didn't like. While they continued gathering statements, one of the detectives, tall guy, narrow face, hair pulled back so tight it almost looked lacquered, approached us. He had this habit of pausing 2 seconds before speaking, as though mentally filtering every sentence. He asked again about the moment we first saw the figure, about the shoe lying away from the body, about how long we'd been parked. Mark answered most of it, but the detective kept watching me as if he wanted a second version of the night to compare against the first. I told him everything I remembered. The sudden stillness, the way the jacket reflected oddly, the absence of skid marks where a driver might have tried to brake. He nodded slowly at each detail, his expression tightening only when dispatch radioed something that made him stiffen and walk off without explanation. A few minutes later, something shifted among the officers, an almost electric ripple of urgency. Additional patrol cars pulled up, and the detective with the lacquered hair returned, now moving faster and speaking with clipped precision. He explained that a missing person alert had just come in from a town a little over an hour away. The description matched the person lying by the shoulder. According to the alert, the individual had been involved in a bar fight earlier that night, one that escalated more violently than anyone there expected. Someone had stormed out afterward, threatening to finish things, and witnesses mentioned a beat-up pickup truck with a dented passenger door speeding away from the parking lot. Hearing that made the scene in front of us tilt into something far heavier than a tragic coincidence. As they processed the information, the truck sightings from the neighbors suddenly snapped into focus for the investigators. The older man with the cane clarified that the truck he'd seen seemed lifted higher than usual, with mismatched headlights, one bright white, one dim and yellowish. The woman with the red scarf added that she noticed a long scrape along the passenger side as it raced past, illuminated briefly by leftover fireworks, smoke hanging low in the air. The detectives exchanged looks with the kind of realization that carries both clarity and dread. Everything was pointing towards someone who knew exactly what they were doing, someone who had chased this person down and used the dark, empty stretch of road as their stage. Standing there, watching the officers pace along the shoulder, I kept replaying the moment we first spotted the figure on the ground. The noise from distant parties had faded by then, leaving the scene oddly quiet, except for the steady hum of police radios. A gust of wind carried the faint popping of leftover fireworks from somewhere deeper in the neighborhood, but it only made the silence feel sharper. Mark leaned against the car, rubbing his jaw, staring at the tire impressions like he expected them to rearrange themselves and reveal something new. Even though we didn't know the victim personally, the weight of what had happened hung over us with this heavy, intrusive presence, as if the road itself had absorbed part of the violence. As the paramedics prepared to transport the victim, the lead detective pulled Mark and me aside. He told us they'd found fragments of blue paint embedded in the gravel, consistent with the description of the pickup from the bar fight. He also mentioned that fresh footprints had been discovered near the grass, scattered and uneven, suggesting the victim had tried to run before collapsing. Something about the way he said it made my chest tighten again, not from fear but from the realization that the person had likely seen the truck bearing down on them. The detective asked if we were willing to give statements at the station later that week, and we agreed immediately. It didn't feel like a choice, it felt like something we owed to the person who never made it past that patch of road. We eventually drove home in near silence, each of us locked in our thoughts. The heater clicked occasionally, filling the car with that dry warmth that usually felt comforting, but that night it just felt wrong, mismatched with the mood. When we passed through the last intersection before our street, I caught myself scanning every approaching set of headlights, searching for mismatched beams or a lifted frame. It was an involuntary habit that stuck with me for weeks afterward. Even my daughter, who had slept through most of the ordeal, sensed the tension the next morning when she asked why everyone seemed extra quiet. Mark and I just exchanged a look, neither of us wanting to explain something we barely understood ourselves. A few days later, The detectives called to let us know the pickup had been found abandoned behind an old storage facility 2 towns over. The driver had fled on foot, leaving behind a mess of fingerprints and a cracked phone still logged into social media. By the end of the week, they'd taken a suspect into custody, someone known for losing control when drunk, someone who'd reportedly left the bar swearing they weren't done yet. Hearing that brought a strange mix of relief and frustration. Relief because the person wouldn't hurt anyone else. Frustration because knowing the motive didn't make the scene on that roadside any easier to forget. We gave our statements, answered every question, and did what little we could. But even now, whenever New Year's comes around, I find myself thinking of that quiet stretch of pavement and hoping no one else ever ends their night the way that poor soul did. By the time that New Year's Eve rolled around, I'd been juggling too many things at once. My job at a small marketing firm, a shaky relationship I was trying to stabilize, and a general sense that I needed one night to just breathe. So when my friend Lucas dragged me to a house party across town, I figured a few hours away from everything wouldn't hurt. The place belonged to one of his co-workers, a guy I barely knew, and the house was packed with people leaning on countertops, laughing too loudly, clutching cheap champagne in plastic cups. I remember noticing the decor, random thrift store paintings mixed with those battery-powered candles that flicker like they're trying too hard. It felt like every room had a different playlist competing with the next. At some point, while I was standing near a doorway trying to cool off, a woman I'd never seen before approached me. Not casually, she stepped in close like she already knew me. She had sharp, restless eyes and this odd habit of tapping her thumb against her index finger like she was counting seconds. She asked my name, then immediately asked if I wanted to go somewhere quieter with her. I told her I wasn't interested and tried to be polite about it, but she didn't take it well. She leaned in closer, said something under her breath that I couldn't understand, and then walked away so abruptly it almost felt theatrical. I remember watching her disappear into the crowd and feeling an uneasy pressure in my chest, like I'd accidentally broken some unspoken rule. Nothing else weird happened at the party. I went home after midnight, fell asleep on the couch still wearing my jacket, and woke up the next morning to a phone that wouldn't stop vibrating. At first I assumed it was Lucas sending me blurry pictures from the night before. Instead, it was a string of messages from friends asking what the hell I had done. A couple of them weren't even subtle. One told me to explain myself fast. My stomach tightened as I unlocked the first link someone sent. It led to a brand new social media profile using a grainy selfie of me from years ago, slapped beside a long post claiming I'd assaulted a woman at the party. No details, no name attached, just enough vagueness to let people fill in the gaps themselves. Within an hour, the post had been shared into circles I didn't even know I was part of anymore. Old classmates, co-workers, neighbors. People who hadn't spoken to me in years suddenly felt comfortable chiming in with half-baked judgment. My girlfriend didn't answer my calls. Even my boss left a voicemail saying we needed to talk immediately. What really rattled me was the confidence in the fake profile's tone, as if whoever wrote it had practiced mimicking my voice. They added small things only someone who'd observed me closely would know. References to my jacket, the specific drink I'd been holding, the room I'd been in. None of it proved anything, but it painted a picture vivid enough for people to believe whatever they wanted to believe. I kept trying to reach people who knew me well, hoping someone would slow down long enough to hear me out, but most conversations shut down before they even started. One longtime friend sent a single message saying, "Man, this looks really bad," and then vanished offline. Even Lucas, who'd been at the party with me the entire night, hesitated when I called. He told me he hadn't seen anything happen, but that a couple of people claimed the woman I'd spoken with had left the house crying. That detail didn't match anything I remembered, but it was just specific enough to feed the spreading rumor. After we hung up, I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the wall, trying to make sense of how fast the whole situation had taken on a life of its own. My first instinct was to track down the post's creator, so I dug into the fake profile. Whoever made it had gone to great lengths to hide their tracks. The account had only one friend, an empty-looking profile created on the same day. No personal photos, no background info, not even the usual list of random liked pages, just post after post pushing the same accusation, worded slightly differently each time, almost like they were testing which version would get the most traction. I tried reporting it, but the platform's automated system brushed it off, claiming they found no violation. Seeing that message felt like watching a door lock on its own while I was still standing outside. That afternoon, things got worse. My girlfriend finally called, her voice tight and clipped, asking me to stay at my place for a while so she could think clearly. I could hear chatter in the background, her sister, maybe a friend, feeding her their own interpretations while she tried to talk to me. I kept replaying every second of the night in my head, searching for anything that could have been misunderstood, but nothing fit the story being told. The woman from the party had barely spoken to me beyond that strange interaction. The more I tried to explain this, the more it sounded like I was dodging blame, like I was constructing a narrative instead of just telling the truth. By early evening, someone had taken screenshots of the fake profile and reposted them in a community group connected to my workplace. Colleagues I'd never interacted with were now leaving comments wondering if the company would take appropriate action. When I tried logging into my work email to get ahead of it, I found my access temporarily suspended. That was the moment a kind of heavy electric tension settled in my chest, because it became obvious that whoever targeted me wasn't just stirring up trouble for fun. They were pushing everything toward a point where I'd be isolated, discredited, and unable to defend myself. And the scariest part was realizing that the only person at the party who'd acted strangely was the same woman, whose name I still didn't know. I decided to go back to the house where the party had taken place, hoping someone there might remember the woman, or at least give me her name. When I pulled up, the place was noticeably quieter than the night before. A couple of empty cups were still scattered in the yard, and faint music played from somewhere inside, like someone had forgotten to turn off a speaker. The host, a guy named Trevor, answered the door looking groggy and confused, wearing a hoodie with a faded logo and holding a half-eaten granola bar. When I asked if we could talk, he let me in but kept glancing at his phone as if expecting the conversation to go sideways. I explained everything as calmly as I could, watching his confusion shift into discomfort. When I mentioned the woman who had approached me, he paused as if searching his memory for something that wouldn't come. He said he didn't recognize the description at all. Sharp eyes, constant tapping, that weirdly rehearsed way she spoke. He insisted he'd never invited anyone like that and would have remembered if she'd caused any trouble. The more he denied knowing her, the stranger the situation felt. He finally admitted that a few people had mentioned seeing someone crying near the bathroom, but nobody could agree on what she looked like. Some said she wore a dark jacket, others insisted it was light-colored. One person swore she had short hair, while someone else was adamant she had long hair pulled into a braid. It was like people were describing 4 different women. As I left the house, I called Lucas again and asked if he could meet me somewhere quiet. He showed up at a small coffee shop near the river, looking uneasy but trying to be supportive. I walked him through everything I'd found so far, and he leaned forward with both elbows on the table, tracing the rim of his cup with one finger while he listened. When I mentioned the conflicting descriptions of the woman, he nodded slowly and said something that stuck with me. It's like she wanted attention, but not an actual identity. That phrasing hit harder than he probably intended. The idea that someone could deliberately move through a crowd leaving such scattered impressions, barely consistent, yet memorable enough to weaponize, made the whole situation feel less random and more deliberate. On my way home, I decided to check the fake profile again, half hoping it had been taken down. Instead, I found a new post pinned to the top, a long message claiming I'd threatened the woman after she tried to get help. They even added a timestamp suggesting the argument had happened around the same moment I was outside talking with Lucas. The post included a blurry photo of the back of my jacket taken from an angle I didn't recognize. I hadn't felt watched at the party, but clearly someone had been paying very close attention to me. And seeing that picture, slightly tilted, taken from a doorway, made me realize that whoever started this had been close enough to brush past me without me ever noticing. When I got home, I called my brother, who's usually the level-headed one in the family, hoping he'd give me some unbiased perspective. Instead, he sounded wary, like he was choosing every word with caution. He told me he believed me, but he also said the situation was bigger than either of us expected. Someone had messaged him anonymously with screenshots before I even reached out, urging him to take distance for everyone's sake. Hearing that made something tighten behind my ribs. Not fear exactly, but a sharp awareness that the person behind this wasn't just tossing accusations into the void. They were reaching into my life with surgical precision, touching people I trusted before I could. I ended the call feeling like the walls of my life had shifted a few inches inward. That night I barely slept. Instead, I sat on my couch with every light on, scrolling through the fake profile again and again, trying to find a crack in it. Around 3 in the morning, a comment appeared under one of the posts, an account I didn't recognize tagging another person and saying, "Isn't this what you warned us about?" Curious, I clicked on the commenter's profile. Buried in their old posts was a picture from the New Year's Eve party, taken in the kitchen. In the corner, near a stack of red cups, stood the same woman who had approached me. Same restless hands, same intense stare. The photo was time-stamped hours earlier than when she spoke to me, but her expression was identical, like she'd been maintaining the same mask all night. And beside her stood someone I did recognize, Trevor, the host, laughing at something off camera. The next morning I went back to Trevor's house unannounced. This time he looked more alert, almost expecting me. When I showed him the picture, the color drained from his face. He admitted he remembered the moment it was taken and said the woman had shown up with a coworker of his, a guy I'd met once years ago at a different event. Someone I barely remembered. Someone who, according to Trevor, had left the party early without saying goodbye. That thread unraveled fast. I looked up the coworker's old posts, and the pattern hit me in an instant. Comments he'd made about people getting away with things, vague rants about being overlooked, and several posts hinting at grudges against people who acted superior.